Let's get this show on the road.
Call the meeting to order for the Wicomico County Council Legislative Session 2025-24 for December 16th, 2025. Those that would like to stand and join us in the Lord's Prayer and Pledge of Allegiance, please do.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. And give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not in temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Entertain a motion from council to approve the consent agenda. Second?
Second.
Any discussion or corrections? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Consent agenda passes unanimously. Good morning, Mr. Benson. How are you?
We're here for a public hearing on legislative bill number 2025-13, an act to amend Chapter 90 of the Wicomico County Code titled Tax Exemptions to add a new section 90-4 to be titled Habitat for Humanity Tax Credit. Maryland, in the tax property article, specifically authorizes the county to enact a tax credit for Habitat for Humanity. And within that provision, it indicates that the governing body of the county may set the amount, term, scope, and duration of a credit granted under the subsection and adopt any other provision necessary to administer a credit granted under Section A. There's been an issue or question raised that this is a tax deferral, not a tax credit. I would simply point out that in Black's Law Dictionary, credit means the right granted by a creditor to a debtor to defer payment of debt or to incur debt and defer its payment. So a credit includes a deferral, and this is a tax credit that, as enacted by the county and authorized by the state, would defer taxes. So this is here for a public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. This time we open the floor for public hearing on legislative bill number 2025-13. If you have any comments that you'd like to make in reference to this specific legislation, come to the podium, please. State your name, your county of residence, and your concerns. That concludes the public hearing for legislative bill number 2025-13. Entertain a motion from council to approve legislative bill 2025-13.
So move. Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? Excuse me, Ms. Who?
I was just going to remind you that the vote should be taken by roll call.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So no further discussion. We'll start from my left as far as the roll call is concerned. Councilman Holloway?
Yes.
Councilman Hastings?
Aye.
Councilman Wynn?
Yes.
Councilman Ennis?
Yes.
Vice President Merritt?
Yes.
Chair votes aye. Legislative bill number 2025-13 passes unanimously.
Second item on the agenda is a public hearing on legislative bill number 2025-14, an act to amend Chapter 13 of the Wicomico County Code titled County Internal Auditor, Section 13-2, titled Powers and Duties, and Section 13-2, titled Conduct of Audits. This is here for a public hearing.
Thank you. At this time, we open the floor for public hearing on legislative bill number 2025-14. If you have any comments you'd like to make in reference to this specific legislation, come to the podium. Please state your name, your county of residence, and your concerns. Seeing none, that concludes the public hearing on legislative bill number 2025-14. Entertain a motion from council to approve legislative bill 2025-14.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All good? All right. So all those in favor say aye, opposed nay. We'll begin with Councilman Ennis.
Aye.
Vice President Merritt.
Aye.
Councilman Wynn.
Aye.
Councilman Hastings.
Aye.
Councilman Holloway.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Legislative bill 2025-14 passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Benson. Good morning, Ms. Hurley. How are you?
Morning, Council President, council members, ladies and gentlemen. Next on the agenda is a public hearing on resolution number 236-2025. This is to approve the relocation of a forest conservation easement containing 0.11 acres located on tax map 28, parcel 8, owned by Tillman Markets LLC. This is a request to relocate a forest conservation easement on site at the location of 27720 Ocean Gateway in Hebron, Maryland, at a 1-to-1 ratio. And we have Mr. Colin Harrison here, who's our environmental planner, if you have any questions.
Okay. At this time, we open the floor for a public hearing on resolution number 236, 2025. If you have any comments that you'd like to make, come to the podium, please. State your name, your county of residence, and your concerns. That concludes the public hearing on resolution number 236, 2025. Entertain a motion from council to approve resolution 236, 2025. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution passes unanimously.
Next is a public hearing on resolution number 237-2025. This is to authorize the county executive to execute a multi-year corporate hangar lease with Purdue Farms, Inc. at the Salisbury Ocean City Wicomico Regional Airport. This request is to enter into a lease agreement with Purdue Farms for airport hangar number 22. The property will be used for the storage and maintenance of aircraft and incidental aircraft-related personal property. The lease will be for a term of 10 years, beginning January the 1st, 2026, and ending on December the 31st, 2035, with 2 5-year renewal options at the monthly rental rate of $3,200, adjusted annually after the initial 10-year term by the Consumer Price Index.
So at this time, we open the floor for public hearing on resolution 237, 2025. If you have any comments you'd like to make in reference to this resolution, come to the podium, please. State your name, your county of residence, and any concerns. Okay, that concludes the public hearing on resolution 237, 2025. Entertain a motion from council to approve resolution 237, 2025.
To move.
Second.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion?
Just have one question.
Yes.
Simple question. Is this, the hangars from, Tony, I just had a question for you. All the hangars, are they all connected? And is this, I guess this is.
No, typically they're standalone hangars with the exception of our T hangars. Sorry, good morning, Tony Rudy, Airport Director.
Okay.
Thank you.
The only, the hangars that are not separate units are what we call T hangars, and there's typically 14 units in basically one structure. But this is a separate facility.
All right, so theirs is going to be standalone, it's not going to be attached to anyone else?
That's correct.
Okay, now, my question, under this lease, are they able to have their own mechanics, or do they have to use?
That's correct.
Okay, I was just asking. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of resolution 237, 2025, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution passes unanimously.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Rudy.
Okay, next is a public hearing on declaring the Hurdle Building located at 108 East Main Street in Salisbury, Maryland as surplus. As a summary, in 2024, the county purchased the Verizon Building located on Mount Herman Road for the purpose of relocating the health department that is currently housed in the Hurdle Building into the Verizon Building. The request now is to declare the Hurdle Building as surplus. Today is just a public hearing, and council may declare the property as surplus at its next legislative session by resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Hurley. This time we open the floor for a public hearing in reference to the declaration of the Hurdle Building as surplus property. If you have any comments you make, come to the podium, state your name, your county of residence, and your concerns. Good morning.
Good morning. Joe White, Wicomico County. I think this is premature. I'm in support of doing this. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to see the health department get moved to where there's more parking and out of the Hurdle Building, which has its own issues. But I'd like to remind the council that about 4 months ago, you took money from that was designed to renovate the Fritz Building and moved it to a project at the Wicomico Nursing Home. We don't have a plan right now. In last year's CIP, the executive's office proposed spending $2.75 million to renovate the health department building when we were told in February of '24 that the health department building was mostly turnkey. Until we have a plan, I don't see how you can take the Hurdle Building out of context, because the Fritz Building has been delayed renovations. It was due for good reason. But until we have a plan, I just don't think we should have surplus. It seems to be rushed. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. White. Any other comments? Seeing none, that concludes the public comments on the Hurdle Building. Mrs. Hurley, I'll continue with you.
Next is a public hearing on resolution number 238-2025. This is to amend the fiscal year 26 capital budget to accept $4,957.22 from the Wicomico Public Library contingency funds for the Parsonsburg Riley Library renovation project. This request is to add the Lewis Riley Parsonsburg Library renovation project to the FY26 capital budget with donated funding, again in the amount of $4,957.22 to be used for change orders related to the project.
Thank you, Ms. Hurley. This time, we open the floor for public hearing on Resolution 238, 2025. If you have any comments you'd like to make in reference to this resolution, come to the podium, please. State your name, your county of residence, and any concerns. That concludes the public hearing on Resolution 238, 2025. Entertain a motion from council to approve Resolution 238-25.
Moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion?
This funds all from people that have donated, right? That's what I've read, at least. I just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware, listening.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. This is Seth Hirschberger, Director of Wicomico Public Library. These funds were allocated several months ago by the Wicomico Board of Trustees as a contingency fund to cover change orders. So the money has already been allocated and held by the library. So this action simply moves those funds from the library to the county
Right.
to be added to the purchase order so we can pay those change orders, which are included in the final invoice, our very last invoice, which will conclude the project.
Good morning, how are you?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Holloway.
I know we had a conversation the other day on the phone, but for the benefit of the public, would you explain when and why the Parsonsburg Library isn't open yet, and when do you think it might happen or whatever?
Yes, sir. Obviously, the work is done. The signage went up just a few weeks ago on the exterior signage. We're mostly moved into the building, too, including furniture. But we haven't set a date to open the library yet because of some unresolved issues with the parking lot that involve the civil engineering work that was done. So we're working with them to redesign the exit so that cars can take a wider left turn out of the parking lot there. And that's moving along. We don't anticipate a change order, and it's just a minor changing to some of the curbs there.
So do you have any idea about the date?
Yes, as soon as that's resolved, as soon as we have clarity on when the work can begin, then we're going to set a date, and that could be facilitated in 2 or 3 weeks. So it will likely be in January or very early next year.
Okay. People are anxious in that side.
I know. I can't wait to open it.
Yeah.
Our board is going to meet there tonight for a board meeting there at the library so they can view it for the first time.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? No. Seeing none, all those in favor of Resolution 238-2025, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Resolution passes unanimously. Thank you.
Next is a submission of the capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2027 through 2031 by our County Executive Julie Giordano and our Director of Finance Pam Olin.
Hi.
Pam Olin, Finance Director.
Julie Giordano, County Executive. So
morning.
before you, good morning. Before you, you will see the capital improvement plan submitted on the date as stated in the charter. And Pam is going to go over some highlights for you. And if you have any questions, obviously we will answer a little bit of what we can, but obviously it's just turned into you, so we will obviously take most of those questions at a later date during the sessions that you set up.
So what you have in front of you is 2 documents. One document is, per the charter, it is required that the Planning and Zoning Commission look at our CIP and approve it. They have done that. That is the short letter that you received separately. And then second is the CIP. It is a combination of, it is a 5-year document. It is a planning document. As you know, plans change. So from today forward, this document is stale. But per the charter, we are required to submit this on the 3rd Tuesday in December, and then council receives it. And we will gladly meet with council to discuss any questions you may have in January, once you've had an opportunity to review it. Primarily, the biggest focus is looking at the 2027 column, because whatever ends up, this becomes our guide for what we put in the capital budget. Not everything that is on this list for 27 ends up getting funded, and sometimes there are things that pop up during the budget process that actually get added as well, because, as I said, this is a plan. Plans change, life changes, priorities have to change with evolving times. In this document as well, we are anticipating going for bonds in 2027, fiscal 27 in the fall. We'll look at about $11.8 million of bonding and about $12.4 million worth of PAYGO, of new funding PAYGO. In addition, we're looking at still the best way to fund the $15.2 million of forward funding. That is not going to be a general obligation bond. Forward funding does not make sense for us to borrow it on a 20-year term when we're hoping to have it repaid within a couple years. This does anticipate it being repaid by fiscal 29. You will see that in the document. Does that mean that will happen? No, that's the current plan. That is based on current estimates from the state as to what we will get for funding for Fruitland Primary over the next 3 fiscal years. So we need the $15.2 million to move forward so that they have cash flow to continue the project. Basically, if we fund that 15.2, it is primarily funding almost the remainder of the state's funds. So thus, when they pay in 2028, they will be repaying us some, and same with 29.
When you bond, you don't always have to bond for 20 years.
You do not.
You can bond for 2 years or 5 years or 10 years.
You can, and we will look at that, but there are, the thought process that I have and in discussions with our financial advisors is we still think the financial terms would be advantageous to us to do it kind of like a line of credit. Thus, only draw down and only earn interest because the Board of Education submits a invoice to us on a monthly basis. And thus, that's how we draw down on our current bonds. So that would be how we would draw down on this forward funding. So we would have to, for a regular bond, go out in November and borrow it and start earning interest or start paying interest on it from that date. And right now, the estimate is January, February timeframe that they would need their first draw. I don't want to pay interest on $15.2 million when their first draw is maybe $1 million. And then maybe it's another $3 million. So again, if we can kind of ladder that drawdown concept, we are hopeful that the interest would be less. And the other problem is if we do a GO bond and we estimate it to be a 2-year thing, if the state doesn't pay us in 2 years, we then have to come up with the cash for a 2-year payment term on a $15 million loan. So again, there's a lot of uncertainty in this number, and for us to borrow it for a 2-year term on a GO bond and then the state maybe not have the funds until year 3. We now then have to come up within our budget money for a $15 million, half of a $15 million payment plus interest. So again, for the uncertainty aspect, that is the path we're looking at and working on our way towards. Additionally, We are under our debt limit, and we're under our borrowing capacity. That is spelled out in this memo, both from our principal and interest and our actual debt limit. The other piece of this document will show you there's two new lines in the summary. One is reallocated pay-go, and one is general obligation bonds old money. We're working with Lindsay Rader to find out how we can reallocate bonds that we have closed out the projects, and we don't need any funds anymore on those projects. Why borrow money when we already have it borrowed? So, and it's just sitting in our capital project fund not being utilized. Like, we come to you to reallocate pay-go for projects. This would be a reallocation of our bond, and we're also looking at a bigger chunk of reallocated pay-go. We are still working on those numbers, so we're hopeful that when we come to council in the budget time, those numbers can be even bigger.
What have you done with that money previously that's been left over?
So prior to my arrival, some of that bond money was reallocated, but
Beaver Run, right?
primarily to Beaver Run. But the charter allowance for doing that didn't take place until after my arrival. So we're now going to follow the letter of the law and how we're supposed to be doing it. And so that is why we're working with bond counsel as to what the steps are to reallocate those bond funds. Because again, there was a charter amendment, the voters voted on it, and there is now the ability to reallocate bond money. I just want to make sure we're doing it right. And so prior to my arrival, there was some reallocation. I don't know exactly how they did it. It was done. So we are going to move forward and follow the new charter regulations. And then on the bond, on the reallocation of pay-go, that's stuff that we've always done. And if we put it in the budget as a reallocation, it'll be done that way. So I gladly ask council to review this. If you have any questions before the meeting, please send them to me, and then I will gladly come in January to meet with you and do a work session.
Question, when and where is the financial statement going to be presented to us?
So we are striving for the second meeting in January. We are in financial reporting right now. So basically, field work is primarily done. So it is a matter of, and I have gotten the extension through January 31st from the state, and I've had a conversation with Ashley, and that is because of the holidays, trying to get it on the first meeting in January isn't going to happen due to some of her staff, some of my staff, but the second meeting in January.
Thank you.
Other questions, ma'am? Could you supply us with maybe a breakdown of all the reserves as well? It gives us a better idea maybe of our longevity.
And I have an estimate right now, but when the audit comes out, I will be able to do that because it'll be listed in there as well.
Josh?
Just, Ms. Olin, just on understanding as I go to review this, the philosophy in putting together this obvious planning document, I'm looking at like the Board of Education where we fund for 27, 28, and then there's nothing from 29, 30, 31. I assume you could fill in, hey, here's an average that we've spent and fill that in. Is this only, help me understand the philosophy of filling out this. This is put together with only things that we know are coming, or do you fill in the gaps with expected averages in order to then be more acknowledging that it's a planning document?
So every department, exclusive of the Board of Education, we put together the list that they have provided us of the projects that they anticipate. The Board of Education puts out their own CIP, and it is and I think you've been provided a copy of that. due to the volume of that and the projects that we have, the administration has felt like that we are committed to funding at the moment, that's what we put in our CIP for the Board of Education. So they're a little different animal than everybody else. Everybody else has given us their list, and we have worked with the departments on timing and funding and estimates. And again, they are estimates because we are not allowed to go out to the public and get a quote, because then they're precluded from bidding on the projects. So again, these are estimates based on information that we have been able to gather. And you will find that numbers have changed from last year to this year for the column of 27 because of revised estimates and revised things that we have found out. The Board of Education, and you will find it in the notes at the top of the page where Board of Education is written up, I state, and let me see if I can read that so I state it appropriately. The Wicomico County Board of Education capital is a separately adopted plan by the Board of Education. After reviewing their plan, Wicomico County Administration has included the top priority as listed by the Board of Education, and other items in their plan are not listed due to funding issues. So we did actually list one other thing in there this year. Well, I think you guys had a work session on the metal detectors. It's a different term, and the brain's not working. But
School safety.
the school safety concept. The weapons detection, there we go. Those were the words that weren't coming without looking them up. So I did place that in here because council had a work session on that. But beyond that, we did not take their document and list out other things, because at this point in time, we are reserving the right to not fund anything else until we get repaid for the forward funding of the state. So we will scan this and load this on our website, hopefully in the next day or so. It will be under finance, capital budget, CIP, I can't remember the title, but it's under departments, finance, and then there'll be a section that says capital something. And this will be listed here as the preliminary until council adopts.
You just put a link on the front page so that someone doesn't have to dig down into finance.
I can talk to IT.
Yeah, just a temporary link where
Sure.
they can just hit a button.
Yeah.
I know that we've had a work session recently with the Chiefs Association, and I think what I perceive as a high priority, and I think it's going to involve some type of capital expenditures, is trying to figure out what we're going to do with our EMS system in Wicomico County, preferably sooner than later, because I think we're at a critical juncture now where we have to start making some hard decisions. I don't know, are we looking at anything in here, and this is a 5-year projection, so are you looking at any anticipated capital expenditures for our
So
public
until
safety?
council, until we had a plan as to which way we were going forward, we did not load that in here.
I'm just trying to see what your plan might be as opposed to just what the council's anticipating, because I think we've done the SWOT analysis about 2 years ago. And that's why we held the work session at the last meeting, to just get a feel. But I think the general feeling from that was that maybe there still hasn't been any preparation in evaluating what the needs might be, outside of the fact of possibly capital expenditures for possibly 2 buildings, we don't know. Whatever the capital costs might be, if they're included as capital for an ambulance or chase units or however that might break down. So I don't know what direction, so that's kind of like what I'm asking as to whether or not that's reflected in here over the next 5 years or not.
Right now, it is not, and I will tell you why. We have been looking at different locations, figuring out what do we own now. One of the places that we had thought about was the old sheriff's office, because it seems like a more central location. I know we had talked about east and west, until we really decide on where exactly those locations are going to be. And I believe that that's what they were working on now. They had I know Lorenzo and Tim had been working on where suggested places were.
Right.
So we do have GIS, sort of looking at those areas at this point in time. But until we had a better idea as to exactly what those costs were, they're not included at this point in time.
And so that's kind of that plan thing. That, this process started back in September, and where we are on the SWOT is kind of behind the timeline of this. And so this, if we are further along and we have some set ideas, we could very easily include those in the capital budget for 2027.
Well, yeah, and I think that would be a good thing, because as you always say, this is sort of a planning document.
Right.
And if we even include a placeholder, just so that the public understands that we are working for some transition that way, I think the council would certainly entertain some type of a motion to amend this document so that we can include
So
that.
I will gladly have council tell me to put a line in here. The problem is this is where I feel it's a double-edged sword. If I put a dollar amount in there and then that dollar amount is vastly different one way or the other, it ends up feeling like I'm that.
Scrutinized.
Can you?
So I can easily put a line in, I'm sorry, I can easily put a line in says that we're considering this with no dollars. But I don't have, I have a dartboard for $1 at the moment because we don't know a location. So if I put a dollar amount in, 99.9% of the time, it's going to be a wrong number.
I was going to ask if you could just maybe just put a line item in there. Just, you don't have to put a dollar in there.
I gladly put a line item in.
That way we can show the public that we are moving in that direction. I think that would be important. Then we can amend the dollar amount later.
Has the council discussed the position that was recommended by the SWAT? I know it got cut from last budget, but the EMS coordinator position that was supposed to fall under emergency services, or do we still want to try to still just use the current emergency services staff?
Yeah, I was under the impression from talking to council members independently that maybe the deputy director could take on that role. Is that correct?
The deputy director of emergency services, Tim? Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
We felt that in confirming that appointment that he had the qualifications through his background with FEMA that he might be qualified to do that.
Okay.
He seemed to have a handle on it the other day when we met. Somewhat.
Pam, you can put any number in there you want and put any qualifier you want under there, okay, to guarantee.
Okay. I will gladly, I mean, and again, this is now the council's document. If the council has an idea that they would like a line in there, I will gladly put a line in there, and I can put an explanation, and I can put a question mark, or we can put a guess. I mean, really, this would be a guess at this point in time, because until we know a space, I can't even tell you if it's going to be $50,000 or $5 million. I can't. So I can't tell you how many zeros would need to be on that. So,
Well, that'd be fine. I mean, I think the idea is to sort of help create a self-imposed deadline.
Okay.
To sort of make us know that the mark is here. Dave?
At our meeting, when the SWAT was reintroduced, or the last presentation, our last meeting, I felt like we had maybe not come to 100% consensus, but that, and Mr. Holloway, you brought up the starting place might be the 2 chase units, knowing that may not be the full-blown plan, but I think we were doing the same thing, trying to group and find a starting place, and that was the general feeling, you know. So in terms of quantifying that, back to this place mark, maybe it's, and I don't recall whether they had come up with some rough estimate on 2 chase units. Maybe that's the starting place.
they have that. They have an estimate, as I believe, in their document as to how much it would cost to actually buy the unit itself. The location as to where to put those units, that could be the question mark.
I thought they did have, I may be mistaken, something as far as a rough estimate on the building as well. And the unit itself was like $400,000, but my understanding is that basically just buys you a truck and a box.
Yeah.
As a starting point.
Yep.
I'm
Okay.
just making
So,
a suggestion, that may be the place to get a concrete number.
So when I come back for a work session on this, I will try to have a better numbers, and we can talk about adding a line to this document for that. And again, it is now in the council's hands. Again, the recommendation that I always make, it makes my life easier if council adopts this prior to us submitting the budget, because it gives us a roadmap. But again, that roadmap still can change no matter what we adopt. Last year, we did not adopt the CIP until we actually adopted the budget. Again, that is not my preference. My preference is that we actually adopt a CIP so that I have a starting point of what is in the council's wishes for us to try to find funding for during the budget.
And just as an aside, because I know we're not really on the CIP 100% when we talk about this, but in suggesting that we could possibly use the old sheriff's department, it's not a bad idea. I'm wondering how we decide whose domain that might be under, right? Is that something that Delmar would take care of? Is that something, and I'm assuming that we would have to do this under the authorization of any one specific department over another.
Right. Yeah, I think.
Unless you're saying it would be a county one, but I don't think we're looking for that.
Right. If we're willing to partner with the fire departments themselves, one thing I would like to do is speak with them and us potentially even renting a space from them and then having it fall. My only concern is, and I don't know what anybody else's thoughts are if we are going to have county EMS people that have the county pension and the county benefits and that sort of thing, is it, who do they report to? Do they report to the
Right.
chief of that, or do they report to Lorenzo and Tim in emergency services? That's one of our questions that we had, so.
I think we've very clearly tried to explain to them that we don't want the county to then become in competition with them.
Correct.
Because a lot of the EMS is supposed to be a profit margin. So we wouldn't want to, introduce that in a sense where we might be competing.
Right,
the
absolutely.
independent.
Well, what we can do is we can talk to Lorenzo again and figure
Sure.
out those best two locations. We were just thinking of a building that already existed.
I get
at
it.
that point in
I
time,
get it.
so.
Yeah, that's sounds very viable.
John, I know we're not in a SWAT meeting, but
Yeah, we are.
we've kind of turned
We
it
are
that
now.
way. I find the sheriff's office basically that's just another place in Salisbury. We've already got, we need something on the east
the
side and the
outside,
west
yeah.
side.
Yeah.
you know.
I agree.
But you wanna
And I
put-
agree with Julie. I think that, mark that
I'm
down.
go- What time was that? Hold on, 10:30?
10:36.
You know,
10:36.
well, you didn't say that's what we should do. If we could work out some kind of an agreement with the fire departments
Mm-hmm.
to use their facilities, to begin with, to see how it works would be
Right.
less of a burden on the county. And so,
Yeah.
anyway.
It's response time too.
Yeah.
And that may be an excellent response area. That may have an excellent response time. Okay.
We'll definitely
So,
look at it, yeah.
I'm available in January when council would like to meet.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Next is the submission of an appointment to the Lower Shore Workforce by Mr. Steve Lakin, our Assistant Director of Administration.
Mr. Lakin, how are you?
Morning, Mr. President, council members, Steve Lakin, Assistant Director of Administration. County Executive recommends the appointment of Andrew C. Dooley Jr. to the Lower Shore Workforce Alliance, and I'm formally submitting his credentials for your consideration. Lower Shore Workforce Development Board provides policy, planning, and oversight for the local workforce system and training opportunities based on local labor market demand. Lower Shore Workforce Development Board Director Leslie Porter Cable is in attendance and available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lakin.
Before you is Resolution Number 239-2025. This is confirming the appointment of Andrew C. Dooley Jr. as a member of the Lower Shore Workforce Alliance.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. Entertain a motion from council to approve Resolution 239, 2025. Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Resolution passes unanimously.
Next is the submission of an appointment to the Library Board of Trustees.
County Executive recommends the appointment of Laura Gerentano to the Board of Library Trustees, and I'm formally submitting her credentials for your consideration. The board supports the public library's mission to enrich lives by offering inclusive resources, foster digital literacy, provide welcoming spaces, inspire young minds, and act as a vital community hub for learning and connection. Library Director Seth Hirschberger is in attendance and available to answer any questions you may have.
Resolution Number 240-2025 is confirming the appointment of Laura Giratano to the Board of Library Trustees.
Entertain a motion from council to approve Resolution 240, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion is carried. Resolution 240, 2025 passes unanimously.
Happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Lakin.
Next for your consideration is Resolution Number 241-2025. This is to approve the 2026 outdoor motor vehicle events to be held in county-owned facilities pursuant to Wicomico County Code, Section 221. And Mr. Steve Miller here, Director of Recreation and Parks and Tourism, if you have any questions.
Thank you. Entertain a motion from council to approve Resolution 241, 2025. Moved. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution 241, 2025 passes unanimously.
Okay, the next item of business is Resolution Number 242-2025. This is approving and publishing the dates of the official holidays for county employees for the year 2026.
Need a motion from council to approve Resolution 242, 2025. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution 242, 2025 passes unanimously.
That's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mrs. Hurley. Good morning, Mr. Stell. How are you?
Good morning, Council President Cannon. I'm well, thank you. Good morning, County Council. I hope you are all doing well. I, the Internal Auditor, Anjali Chatel, would like to present Resolution Number 243, 2025, approving the cash controls audit of the Wicomico County Youth and Civic Center.
A motion from council to approve Resolution 243, 2025. Second. Discussion.
The focus of this exercise was to evaluate the cash controls at the Civic Center, specifically looking at controls designed to manage risks related to reporting accurate and reliable information regarding cash. I did have a finding there. Effectively and efficiently using resources, it was generally effective, and then safeguarding cash held by the county was also generally effective. There were other minor things I also discussed with the department, with management.
Do you have any questions? No questions? All right, seeing none. All those in favor of Resolution 243, 2025, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chatel.
you. Happy holidays.
Thank you. This time, we open the floor for public comments. If you have any comments that you'd like to make, come to the podium. Please state your name, your county of residence, and your concerns.
Jim Atkins, Wicomico County. Hadn't planned on speaking today because it had a very non-confrontational agenda and didn't see any need to speak. But boy, you guys changed that real quick. Let's talk about the SWOT analysis. Number one, it was suggested a few minutes ago by the county executive that the old sheriff's department was a good location. I, for the past 3 years on CIPs, have seen that the old sheriff's office was going to be given and used by the Department of Corrections to expand the Department of Corrections. Well, you don't have enough room for Department of Corrections and chase units in that building. If you had that much room, you wouldn't have had to build a new $40 million sheriff's office. They would have had a big enough building to operate out of. Secondly, that is one of the most populated availability for ambulances in the county. You have the Salisbury units responding there. You have Delmar units responding there, and you have Hebron units responding there. The purpose of the SWOT analysis, I thought, was to provide services where services were not being provided in a timely manner. That location is not going to improve any response in Nanticoke, Mount Herman, Powellville, any of the outlying centers. Secondly, the Chiefs Association told you all over a year ago what they were in favor of. A year later, the SWOT analysis team comes in here and presents something that the Chiefs Association really didn't know was coming because they thought it was settled a year ago. Chiefs Association is not going to be in favor, and I hope I'm not out of line speaking for them, but I have spoken to them. They're not in favor of county employees supervising volunteers. They're not in favor of these medical providers being paid by the county, which separates them from the volunteer organizations. They are in favor of being funded, and they will supervise, and they will pay their people. Mm-hmm. We keep getting this confused, and I don't understand. It's a very simple process. You have areas in this county that need EMS coverage. Chase units, one on the east side and one on the west side, will eliminate that problem. It won't get an ambulance there any quicker than they're getting there now, but it will get a trained medical provider on scene in the time necessary to provide help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins.
Good morning, Joe White, Wicomico County. I also wanted to talk about the EMS SWOT analysis. And as a business owner, I've been a part of many SWOT analysis, strategic plans. And the hardest thing after you come out of a SWOT analysis and in through a strategic plan is implementation. And I was here at the work session last week, and I applaud the council for having Mr. Cropper come back in. It was disappointing we were going back over information that I watched presented in March. But we were here. It was also interesting watching the presentation, Chief White and Chief Tyler from Powellville. I think they were surprised, and they said as much. We're at a juncture where, and I spoke about this at the public hearing earlier about the Hurdle Building and the Fritz Building, where you need to have a plan in place and then budget it. It was hard to watch Director of Finance Pam Olin just say that she does not have numbers. I watched Mr. Cropper present numbers. Now, I have questions about some of those numbers. Some of them don't quite line up to the SWOT analysis that we've looked over, some of which, like salary implications for, say, the 1-in-1, his numbers don't jive with the numbers that they have for what they're paying for EMS in Fruitland, Salisbury, Sharptown now. So when you're trying to compare whether or not the 1-in-1, which seems very expensive, and I'm not sure we could find 92 qualified individuals that we could have trained and would stay in Wicomico County. The chase units make the most sense because it allows you to figure out what you don't know. But leaving this out of the CIP for another year would be a huge mistake, and it would do a disservice to the volunteer fire departments and the staffs that they're managing for all of us. It's going to come to a head when one day somewhere we either have an accident on Route 50 or we have, unfortunately, a mass casualty event, and we're going to find out just where our weak spots are in our EMS unit when we're asking folks to deal with some of the public health crises, especially mental health, that they're asking them to deal with. So please stay on this. We've seen time and time again, it was a great work, or not a great work session, but it was a work session. You got more information. This needs to be followed through all the way through the CIP. Thank you.
Mr. White.
Mikkel Darlene, Wicomico County, and in response to two items on the agenda today, I'm here to represent the many advocates of the Save Conley Mill Park movement who have stood together to protect the original vision for this precious place. As you know, the 234-acre property has a long-established plan to become a treasured public park, and the original vision formed upon the donation of the property in 2018 is a testament to what can be accomplished when both branches of the government work together with the taxpayers, environmental groups, and stakeholders in a transparent and inclusive way. Years of public input are documented in the minutes of the countless meetings that illustrate this. Developing Conley Mill Park would grow our economy, protect the Paleo Channel, other vital natural resources, and promote the physical, mental, and social well-being of our entire region. Located less than 5 miles from Salisbury Urban Center and boasting unique topography, these 234 acres are poised to become the central park of Wicomico County. This could fill Recreation Parks and Tourism's desire to have a large-scale attraction that would attract transient visitors as described in their SWOT analysis from 2025 to 2029. The harm of losing this asset, or the plan so responsibly developed for it, would be irreparable. A significant cost of this loss would be the blow to public trust in our government. If a plan can be made with proper procedure and public input, and it can be swept away, how can citizens trust the process? How can donors trust that their gift will be honored, or adjacent landowners trust that their promises made to them? How can constituents feel that their participation matters if their efforts can be overturned without discussion? Our community understands what is at stake. We have bonded together to protect this vision. A broad coalition, including environmental agencies, recreational groups, mental health providers, and many impacted citizens, has attended government meetings, written letters, and stood up for this park. Most notably, at the county executive's recent public hearing on the capital improvement plan, preserving the original vision for Conley Mill Park was the single most discussed topic. This was also the case at the previous year's capital improvement public hearing, showing the continued dedication and passion that community members have for seeing this promise kept. Reversing plans for Conley Mill Park sends a chilling message that public input can be disregarded, that donor intent can be ignored, and that promises made to the community are not binding. Continued attempts to alter and change the original promise are causing long-term damage to the public's trust in their government. A good plan was made. The public was an integral part of it, and now we need our leaders to follow through. Later this morning, there's an open work session regarding plans for Wicomico River dredge spoil storage. The administration has identified Conley Mill as a potential site. We ask that you remember the strong community opposition expressed at this and at the CIP public hearing and stand firmly against this alternate use. Keep the promise. Protect the trust.
Morning, Mike Goldberg, Wicomico. First, I'd like to talk about Cell 7 at the landfill. I've noticed that it's part of it is finally going out for construction bidding, the stormwater management portion of the work, but not the contract for general construction. From my experience, which is significant, this is highly, highly irregular for you to separate these contracts. And I have to ask the question, why is it being separated? These phases of work are typically done, concurrently. Was there a delay in obtaining permits and approvals from the regulatory authorities? If so, we need to know specifically why there have been delays. This was framed a number of months ago as a crisis. The administration, and it was such a big crisis that the administration wanted to start shutting down the landfill. Clearly, this was unnecessary. Had this been a crisis, then I believe the administration would have acted more expediently to take care of this, but they have not. I do not foresee Cell 7 construction being completed until about this time next year at the earliest, unless weather conditions are simply, absolutely perfect. So I think we've been misled, and I believe that had the administration acted upon assuming office, that we never would be in an adverse situation. So again, it gets back to being, once again, misled by the administration. Now, with regard to using Conley Mill as a dredge spoil, disposal site, once again, there has been a delay in addressing this situation. Now, past administrations are responsible, but it took more than 2 years into the current administration before any action is being taken. And my concern is that the most expedient way to deal with the presently stockpiled dredge spoils is simply to dump it in the pits at Conley Mill Quarry. Well, as Mrs. Deline just told us, there was a promise on the table at the time that land was donated, at the time the donation was accepted. Using it as a dredge spoil disposal site was most certainly not a part of that promise. Trucking all of that material, and I've told you all this before, is by far the most expensive and the most environmentally damaging method. I've calculated it's going to cost more than $6 million to truck that material from Sharps Point to Conley Mill, and it's going to generate a couple of thousand tons minimally of carbon from diesel exhaust. And one of the justifications was that, well, we'll sequester the forest slash that we'll dump in there to keep carbon from being emitted, but this is going to emit far more carbon than would ever be emitted by the decomposing forest slash. There's a lot of beneficial uses out there. Ship it by barge. It is by far the most environmentally friendly and cheapest way of moving this material. Beneficial uses all over the Chesapeake Bay region. Let's seek them out actively, a concerted effort, and allocate the dredge spoils to those projects, not destroying the promise of Conley Mill Park. Thanks a bunch.
Mr. Goldberg.
Hey there, my name is James Darlene from Wicomico County. Just wanted to piggyback off of some of those comments from Mr. Goldberg and my wife, Mikkel. If you reference resolution number 146, 2018, it spells out, maybe I'll just read it. Whereas the county desires to own the property, Conley Mill, which it plans to use for recreational purposes and to mine soil for the use at the county's landfill. Nothing about dredge spoils, nothing about anything else, those two things.
And I think, even considering it for something else, I think is just contrary to this resolution. So yeah, looking forward to the upcoming work session to hear what they have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lana Foley, City County resident. I was not going to speak, but I don't recall hearing a major discussion about putting the dredge materials into Conley Mill would actually really be a bad idea in regard to the water supply, because it does run down. And I know we're having so many issues already with contamination from Purdue that I think we probably want to really think about making sure that we don't have to deal with that anymore.
Mary Hubner, Wicomico. I really hadn't planned to speak, but I wanted to follow up on Mikkel's comments. I'm president of the local chapter of the Maryland Ornithological Society, and on Sunday we had our Christmas bird count. It's citizen science, really, going around the county, finding where birds are, the birds we're seeing now and the birds we're not seeing. And unfortunately, we can't use Conley Mill, and it is a county park. I mean, it's designated to be a county park, and it would be ideal because that's a chunk of real estate that we're locked out of, and it would just be, it's just a shame that we can't use it now to count these birds. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Judah.
Good morning. My name is Monica Brooks, Wicomico County resident and president of Wicomico County NAACP. What they said. I'm going to say that part. Also separately, I did mention before about accountability for landlords. I really want you all to really consider that legislatively, if there's something that the county can put in place that would go beyond the basics, and then a follow-up to see what's happening, because there's a lot of really unfair treatment for people, and you shouldn't have to suffer just because you can't afford to purchase a home, or maybe you just choose not to purchase a home. But you should be in a position where you shouldn't have to deal with this kind of thing. But one of the things I'm proposing is, and this is not necessarily, I know this is not in your purview, but I wanted to talk about the Salisbury Police Department. And let me just read what I wrote, okay? We've seen how county level investment and coordination have benefited our Sheriff's Department. And those efforts have been positive, have had a positive ripple effect in Wicomico County. And similar collaboration through grant support, shared resources, or joint initiatives could possibly help Salisbury Police Department expand community outreach, strengthen relationships, and get the staffing that they need, the quality staffing that they need. This is not just about enforcement, it's about community policing and more. I would also respectively request, and I didn't know if this was through the county executive, because I will be sending an email or how this works, but if we could get access to the statistics on the volume and types of calls that the Sheriff's Department receives, particularly those involving Salisbury. The City of Salisbury statistics are on their website. You can just click and find, and we don't have the same for the Sheriff's Department. So, so this is, the reason why I'm bringing this up is the City of Salisbury, from what I've been able to try to figure out, does triple, if not more, the calls than the Sheriff's Department. But they have far less funding. City of Salisbury is the largest municipality that we have. They get the most they're working their behinds off. And this has nothing to do with, yay, I'm just about the city of Salisbury. But the ripple effect of it is they don't have the funds to hire enough people. They don't have the ability to compete against the Sheriff's Department and Maryland State Police. So they're not necessarily getting quality, or they're not getting people who want to sow into this space. They don't have enough officers to work in all the different areas, and they no longer have the ability to do community policing, where you can assign officers just to a particular area so they can get to know the community, because they don't have enough, because they have to go everywhere. And I'm not saying that's just whatever, but whatever y'all did to help the Sheriff's Department, if you could speak with them to see if you grant access or whatever the case may be. But I think the county, I would like the county to get invested in this space in some way, if it's possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Brooks. Any other public comment? Anybody?
Well, we're getting close to Christmas. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. I was at the Hepburn Parade the other day, and it was brutally cold. But I still showed up, and we had a decent turnout for as cold as it was. Went to the Race Across America. That was a great event. I think Mr. Merritt helps put that on, and I think they do a great job doing that. And as far as the EMS, I really look forward to trying to get something for that east, west side of the county. Chase units like Mr. Holloway suggested. I think that's a fantastic idea to get something started and off the ground so that we can start to learn how this system is going to work. And I think that's all I have for you guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Joe?
Well, it's that time of year. Just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Be safe, drive safe, and stay warm. Thank you.
Dave?
We had the opportunity, most of us, to attend the Mako conference last week, which was pretty interesting, a lot of revealing information. One of the last ones had to do with the General Assembly update, and basically starting out with the general state of Maryland finances, which I think they're reported to have about a $1.4 billion deficit. But one of the comments they made, and we'll see what happens, they said there will be no new taxes, no new revenue sources coming out of the state of Maryland. And also, of course, they're addressing the county officials. They said that the state would not shove responsibilities and costs down onto the counties. So we'll see. Well, hopefully, we can hold them to those statements. We'll find out if they're empty promises or not. But it won't be long before our budgetary season will be coming along, and those could be very impactful, especially when you consider the disparity grant, just as one example, that hopefully will remain, but there's nothing etched in concrete. So, but likewise, Merry Christmas to everyone, and be safe for the holidays. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'll jump on the bandwagon here. Thank you all for coming out. I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a happy and safe holiday season. And Councilman Ennis was right about Mako, and I think we're all painfully aware of the state of the state. And looking at this initial glance at the CIP that we just received, there's a lot of state grants in there. So I think that might cause some questions, because we saw what's recently happening with the Fruitland Primary School and their change in funding procedure. So hopefully we can work through it. I think fiscal responsibility has never been more important than it is right now. And that's all I got.
Just add on to that, of course, thank you all for attending. Hope everyone has wonderful holidays. But just adding on to the conversation, I just, with regard to the fiscal responsibility and moving forward, underneath all of this conversation, and including the Board of Revenue estimates meetings and the others, it's now a $1.5 billion structural deficit a lot of this is due to once again, the instability of the federal government. It was noted at the Mako conference by across the political spectrum that the reason why this is happening, obviously, is largely because of the federal government and their inability to know how to function properly. And on top of that, having how do you say this? Every single state and every local government is going through the same kind of problem. Maryland, are required to balance our budget. The federal government is not. It should be. It is becoming a threat to our stability as a local government, our stability as a federal government, and that needs to be addressed in my point. And so I say all that to say this is directly, how is it affecting us in Wicomico County? We're having to forward fund our schools. We listened to multiple other counties over this past week who have said, hey, no, we've just adopted the whole policy of we forward fund because we can't count on. So I don't know how that's a bit amorphous of an issue for all of us and a bit too big for all of us. But at some point in time, we need to be thinking thoroughly about fiscal responsibility, and that's going to impact Wicomico County. And to Mr. Ennis's point, there's multiple things the state could do to then push things down to us because of the federal instability. And I think we just need to be prepared for that, especially over the next 8 years or so.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on what Mr. Ennis said, just a little bit of history. Not long, let's see, I think it was about 2007 or 2008, the state was kind of in the same situation as it is right now. We took a $7 million hit on one item, and that was our highway user revenue, one time. Okay, then along came the pass down of the teachers' pensions, which we had to start paying part of. And I believe there was 2 or 3 other things that the state passed down to the county. So the state was not as in bad a shape then as it is now. So I would surely think that we're going to see some action from the state passed down to the county. And thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Ennis. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you. Under presidential comments, I think as far as Maryland's calamity and how that may be intertwined with the instability of the federal government, I think that really kind of depends on which political party you're speaking to.
All of them.
In order to get that
All of
answer
them.
and feel comfortable with that answer. I attended one seminar there where they very politely had 2 different opinions. And I won't tell you which opinion I favor, but I'm hoping the state can figure out its situation and its finances and get things back on track. Very eventful couple of weeks. Of course, there was the Del Mar Christmas Parade, which I could not attend. I apologize to the citizens of Del Mar. I was not back on my feet yet, but I did manage to get out Sunday, which was the Salisbury Christmas Parade, which was, both parades are always really great. Wreaths Across America was done. Purdue, we had a discussion earlier about a lease on the Purdue hangar. And I think sometimes you need to reflect on what these companies, local companies, are doing for us, because we can't thrive if our local companies don't thrive, because we wouldn't have any revenue. We would die on the vine as a community. Purdue, we're very lucky and fortunate with what their position is and how they really contribute to this community. I mean, there are a lot of businesses in Wicomico County, and you can count to a certain degree how many of those actual businesses contribute very strongly to the local community. I think Purdue is one of those, without question, that's probably one of the top 5. When you see what they're doing with Wreaths Across America, and they just donated $1 million to the Wicomico County Library System for the Shoemaker Pond location. I think that's very important to this community. Also attended the Holly Center. They had their 50th anniversary, and that's going strong, which I'm really glad to see, because the state of Maryland really attempted to shut them down about 12, 15 years ago. They were really had nothing but intentions. They were in the crosshair to close that place. And luckily, there was a lot of community pushback together with the delegates from Wicomico County to keep that from happening. And so it is going strong on its 50th anniversary. Some other points here. I do understand what the concerns are with Mr. Atkins and Mr. White. We're just kind of throwing things around. The old sheriff's department's the first I'd heard of that. So as an option for possibly chase units, I have no idea whether or not that's going to be the most feasible, but that's hopefully where we'll begin the process of trying to sort through this. The reason we had the work session 2 weeks ago was because the entire conversation had gone dormant, and we recognized that, and we wanted to jumpstart it again. Should that be the location? And I think I stated earlier, I don't think it should be a Wicomico County station, no. It would have to be something that maybe the oversight was either from Del Mar or whoever else might choose to take on that responsibility. But, and it could be, by the time we get through the nuts and bolts of it, but we have to start a discussion. By the time we get through the nuts and bolts of it, maybe it won't work out. We have no idea. And maybe we'll have to revert to some other locations where we might have to find ourselves with the expenses of pole buildings and things like that. But if there's any situation where we have something that's already existing that could be retrofitted, that would also be a huge plus. So we'll have to see. I just wanted to make sure that we're staying on track with that. And since the CIP is a 5-year plan, there's no doubt whatsoever that the EMS structure moving forward should be in a 5-year plan. In regard to Conley Mill, I'm going to be very interested to see how this work session moves forward here today. I have as much concern as everyone as far as trying to see that Conley Mill can become a very excellent park for Wicomico County. It's a great location. It already has the foundation for a great park, and I know that is exactly what we originally wanted it to be. My question is really going to be is if spoils are put there, and I think was there a comment about a barge, Joe? Yeah, or Michael, about a barge. I never thought about that, possibly using a barge to move the soils. Don't know. I'm sure it's something we can discuss. But if it were to go to Conley Mill, my concern was losing the pit that there is now as a natural, somewhat of a natural or man-made pond. But from what I understand through Mr. Miller, there's another pond there as well that we could use. And if they put these soils, I won't say spoils, I'll say soils in the current one, in the current man-made ditch, and very carefully making sure that with MDE, and I would also want to make sure this, if this were even to happen, I would also want to make sure it had the blessing of MDE because of the paleo channel and just, the aesthetics. And my second part of that would be to make sure that we had Steve Miller was 100% on board with any type of a consideration like that. Steve has a very unique way of taking some things and making them in a productive way, making them very beneficial to the community. So I don't know. I'm about right here on what's probably going to be a topic that's 10 more layers before we make a decision on that. So that's just where I am right now in that discussion. Hopefully today we'll find some resolution to it. So that being said, entertain the motion to adjourn to go into open work sessions.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Legislative meeting is adjourned.
Tyler Technologies.
First open work session is a presentation on Tyler Technologies. Are they here or?
So they're scheduled for after lunch, and we're running about 15 minutes ahead of time. Lunch will be here at 11:30. So if you want to just recess until about 12:30.
That's good. Okay, we are going to recess then until about 12:15. Thank you very much. We're continuing with Wicomico County Council open work session for December 16th, 2025. Okay. We're reconvening as Wicomico County Council, an open work session for December 16th, 2025. The first item we have on the agenda is with our Republic of, I'm sorry, not just the Department of Planning, Zoning, and Community Development. And we have Tracy Taylor, who's here with us. We're looking at a presentation also by Tyler Technologies, nuisance software.
Good afternoon. I apologize for my voice. I'm recovering from COVID, but I'm not contagious, or I wouldn't be here. I want to thank you for putting this on the agenda today, and we do have a representative teleconferencing in who will be talking a little bit more about the application. But I just wanted application software. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background. As you all know, nuisance complaints are ongoing, and we get quite the volume. I'm sure you're aware of it because many of the ones that I get come funnel through you. And one of the more difficult and challenging things of my time here as director has been trying to figure out a way to manage all of these coming from, 10 different directions. And they come in from the council, they can come in through the executive's office, they can come in from citizens, they can come in any variety of ways, and trying to track, some come via phone, some come via email, some come via reference of someone else. So trying to track all of that is problematic in and of itself. And I'd been thinking for a while about us putting together some system where we had a central portal, that we could refer everyone to, where they would go in and enter their complaint, and everything would be handled at one central location. And then our nuisance officers also started thinking about ways to modernize our system. As you know, we have 2 nuisance officers. One's been here quite a while, one is still within their first year of employment, and although doing very well, is still in what I would call a training period. And they're covering the entire county. I came to you last meeting with a request to create an admin position, actually not to create a new position, but to reclassify an existing one for admin for nuisance so that we could start to expedite some of the paperwork on that end of things. I just wanted to give you background to let you know that I am hearing you and I'm hearing the community with respect to nuisance and trying to find ways in which to streamline and make this process much more effective, not only for our team in planning and zoning, but for the community at large. I want to just briefly touch on the fact, too, that when we started looking into this, our team looked into this, we met with several companies that offer this kind of online portal digital assistance. That Tyler was not the only one we met with. After we met and evaluated each one, we found that Tyler was the best suited to our needs because of the fact that we also, as you know, have the Munis system, which is Tyler. So this will naturally integrate into our already existing system that most of our building staff and nuisance staff already know and have already learned and already utilize. And as a result of that, it also, if we were to proceed with this concept, it gives us a great financial benefit because that they give us a discount. Today, my point is not to try to get into the weeds about, I'll answer any questions you have. I really want to introduce the concept to you right now to explain how this could work, how it could improve our existing system. And also, I think Garth is going to touch on how this interfaces with the public. So right now, if someone from the public were to contact me and nuisance were to go out and do the inspection, this system would allow a step-by-step. You could go in yourself, you could find the property, you could see what status it's at, where it's at, how it's flagged. The other important thing you should note is that this system integrates with our existing GIS system, so everything can be map-based. We don't have any difficulty finding properties, locating exactly where they are. The other thing is that this system also allows us to visit a property once. Now, when we go to a property, we have to take pictures and document, then we have to come back to the office and write the citations, issue in the citations. This system has the ability to allow us to do all of that in the vehicle while we're there on site. Please understand that our nuisance officers go visit one site up to 5 and 6 times before it's ever even resolved, if it gets resolved. If it goes to the courts, like Councilman Holloway and I were just speaking about, it could take months. As you all know, I've been here over a year. I'm still working on the Parsonsburg shed and camper and car situation because now we're in the court system and we've been in the court system for 4 to 5 months of this year that we've been dealing with it. So nuisance is a huge issue that I could talk to you about just for an hour to talk to you from A to Z, all the problems and the things that we have to do, process and procedure. Please understand, It's frustrating, I know on your end, it is on my end, but we have to be meticulous in our methods, because if we're not and we go to court, it will get thrown out. And sometimes it takes us months to get to court. So another addition of this system would be all of that is going to be documented and all the reporting is done through the system. So with that, I'm going to stop and I'm going to let Garth pick up and explain to you a little bit more in detail and show you some demonstrations. It's currently being used in Charles, Queen Anne's, and Harford County, and some other local neighboring counties in Virginia. Garth?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay, Tracy?
Yes.
Fantastic. First of all, my name is Garth Magnus, and I'm a senior account executive here at Tyler. I've been here for a little over 21 years, and I've covered the state of Maryland for all of that time. So first of all, thank you for your time and for the opportunity to share a little bit about our solution today. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to spend a few minutes really demonstrating how our solution supports the county's goals, as Tracy was talking about, of improving the management overall of nuisance-related issues, really from intake to abatement and all the steps in between. So we certainly appreciate your time and value your time. So we're going to focus on really 4 areas, I think, that we should cover to, again, illustrate why this is a good fit for the county. First of all, really talking about how the software can make things more accessible and transparent for constituents, how it can help county staff, so internally, track nuisance cases more efficiently, how both those things really support monitoring and meeting service level agreements that you guys have established for managing those cases. And then overall, how this leads to a more efficient, county overall from a nuisance abatement perspective. So joining me today is Jennifer Yamalakis. She is a team member of Tyler as well. She's actually going to dive in and provide the demonstration portion of the software. So Jen, can you take the screen and perhaps share what you're...
Yeah, could someone give me the permission to share my screen?
I'm not sure if I can do that, Jen.
We can see her.
I'm getting a message host isn't allowing sharing for this meeting.
Perhaps Lynn. There we go. I think she's working on it. I'm not exactly sure how Zoom works, Lynn, but typically with other applications like Microsoft Teams, you can click on the individual's name and there typically is an option that says allow sharing. Again, I'm not positive with Zoom, but that might be a...
Go ahead and try it now, see if it works.
Yeah, I can share now. Thank you.
Oh, awesome.
All right, are you all able to see my screen now?
It's blank. Oh, there it is.
Fantastic. Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, so without further ado, let's dive right into some of the functionality and what you guys would really be getting if you chose to move forward with our system. I think Tracy really hit it over the head. The kinds of issues that you're seeing in the county are exactly what we hear again and again across the country. Those are not unique problems. And, what we really try to resolve with some of our functionality here is that, easier communication with your community, as well as, fewer manual steps for staff. Really allowing your staff to spend more time in the field, actually managing those violations. So that's what we'll look at today, starting with some of the pieces that are geared towards your constituents. So this is a public-facing tool that is designed to allow the public to submit issues to the county. So instead of having to pick up the phone or email or come into the office, now folks can do it, from the comfort of their home. I'm showing you our web portal here. which is browser and device agnostic. So it's dynamic. It can grow and shrink. Like if I wanted to pull it up on my phone, for example. And what I'm showing you here is our demo environment. But if you did choose to go forward with this project, we would work with you to implement the system, which is going to include configuring it to tailor specifically to the county. So that's going to be, including your, county logos, your kinds of requests that you want your constituents to submit, and what your workflow looks like when those complaints are submitted. So as a member of the public, I can now come here and submit an issue to the city, to the county. So this, could be, selecting a request type like you see here, where the county can put out, the common kinds of issues that you submit. And I know that right now we're just talking about trying to solve a major issue with nuisances. But the great thing about this is that it's really a full enterprise system, meaning that, maybe you start off bringing on nuisance complaints, but then you choose down the line to add in utilities, parks and rec, other departments that also receive complaints. So then your constituents can really come to one portal to really submit all sorts of issues to the county. So I'm going to submit an issue for a nuisance complaint today. I'm going to submit an issue for a vegetation issue. Hey, my neighbor has really tall, tall grass and weeds that I want to submit. But you can see some examples of the kinds of issues that you may want to bring here to this portal for your constituents. I'll then provide the location of my issue, so that could be searching for an address or parcel, or even selecting from the map. So maybe I don't exactly know where it is. I can still find that location, select a cross street, and kind of at least try to get close to where that problem is. I'll also have some fields here to provide some information about my complaint, so that way county staff can more easily assist me. So this may be a basic description, hey, my neighbor has tall grass in their front lawn, but these could also be more specific prompts that the county can decide. So you can see here, I have a drop down kind of, hey, we just want you to give us like, a high level of what the problem is. And these kinds of extra info can be used to help route out where this request goes, or kind of figure out how we're going to help with this nuisance complaint. I also have here the ability to upload a photo. So if I have an image of what the issue is, I can submit that too. And then I will provide my contact info. And what is required here is really determined by the county. So in my case, I allow entirely anonymously, but you might want to ask for first name and phone number, so that way the nuisance officer knows who to contact, when they have updates of managing this complaint. As well, you may also require your constituents to log in, because that way we have an email address that we can send updates to. Because one of my favorite parts about this process is, now that this issue has been submitted, your constituent will get, a message, hey, great, we're on it. But based off of your workflow in the county, that may also include sending an email automatically to that constituent, letting them know, hey, we're working on it. Here's where you can come online to follow up on the case. And even, as staff starts managing that complaint, we can also keep notifying that public of additional updates of the case. And so once I submit my complaint, I can then come here and see, everything that I've submitted or other members of the community have submitted that are now accessible to me. Again, this might just all be based off permissions, what you want to show here. But it just brings this, additional level of transparency to make this complaint process a lot more streamlined, because now instead of picking up the phone to, submit the complaint, I do it online. instead of, again, picking up the phone to ask for updates about that issue that I submitted, I can see that right here online, what's happening with it. Hey, this is a complaint that's open. Here's some comments that have been submitted by the officer managing this complaint, and I can even add additional comments. So, hey, this is still here when I drove to work this morning. I can, keep, submitting that updated information. So this just brings a huge additional functionality for your community, really feeling like, great, when I submit something, it's actually going to go to someone and not just, I picked up the phone and who knows. This is, really designed to make this code, this management of these nuisance violations much easier for your community as well as for staff. So we have this web portal, but we also have kind of a similar process using a mobile app. So you can allow your constituents to download an app where they can do the same thing. I won't go through it again just for time's sake, but it is, the same idea. I select my issue type, provide my contact info, some details about my complaint, the location of my complaint, which, using a mobile app, that's really beneficial because, we all have GPS in our pocket and we all have cameras in our pocket too. So I can also take a photo right from here, when I'm submitting a complaint. So that's also an option that you can bring to your community. Ultimately, they all go to the same place once these complaints are submitted. They'll come in to staff to then begin managing. So that's what I'll switch over to now, is showing what this looks like from what your nuisance officers will come on to. And so they'll come here to their dashboard to see all of their existing violations or complaints that are assigned to them. This is a configurable dashboard. And for those in the county that are familiar with Munis, this should look familiar because this is the same dashboard that you use for that system. And there's a integration point there. So if you are certain users like Tracy or other folks in the planning, zoning, and community development department who do need to see information from Munis, like financials, permits, whatever else it might be over there, and you also want to see nuisance violation info, you can get it on a single dashboard. But what I'm looking at is I'm more of a just a nuisance officer. I don't need to see any of that stuff from Munis. So I just see the info about, hey, these are new complaints that have been submitted that I can start managing, actually full-fledged violations that I'm processing, my recent cases that I've been working on. So that way I can go from this dashboard to easily accessing all of my work, whether that be creating new cases that I'm initiating as an officer, managing existing violations or inspections or investigations that I'm doing for complaints that we receive, and then all of the other functionality in the system, like mapping to GIS, reporting, all of those elements as well. So from here, I then drill into my work. So I could go into, hey, these are, my recent inspections that are assigned to me or scheduled, and get to work on managing, any of those cases. So this is an investigation that came in from a complaint that was received on the, on the process I just showed you. Someone submitted a complaint online. Now it creates this inspection that gets assigned to me, maybe based off of what type it is or where it's at, because all thanks to our integration with GIS, we can drive some of that auto assigning. So maybe, like you said, you have two officers. Officer one gets assigned to the north part of the county, officer two, the south part of the county, and that's how you dole out the work. Or however you do it, maybe it's more based off load balancing. We can auto assign these tasks, whether they be investigations or fully code violations that result from an investigation. So we went out there, identified that they're in violation, and now we're processing that violation as a full case. So that could include, of course, tying that back to the location. I know that I'm not touching on it too much here with our limited time, but, really GIS is very much at the center of everything we do in our system. So bringing in that map data automatically and using it to drive the process, but also every time that a new complaint or violation is identified at this property, it'll ultimately be linked together. So this is going to be way easier to manage, problem like properties or even problem people. Hey, Jane, she might have moved, but we know that we've had issues with Jane in the past, and that might impact how we move forward with managing this new violation. And then, of course, the full workflow on what do you do when you are managing this violation. That could include, of course, identifying what is the violation that they have. You can pull in here, whatever code sections that you use for these violations to tie in with this case. So that way you can easily see, hey, here's all of the active full violations in the county, any kinds of inspections or notices that you might send out. Maybe further down the line, you might abate this property, hey, they didn't take care of their snow issue within 2 days, so we're going to abate, whatever that looks like for the county. Again, this is configurable based off of county workflows and is also configurable based off of the violation category. So you can see here, this is a building because we caught them working without a permit. But that might have impacted what my workflow is here, but it might be different. Let's say it's a snow issue, a vegetation issue, animal, whatever else it is, can really impact what this process is, because not all cases are created equally. And the great thing here is that when you assign out these tasks, let's say it's an inspection that you schedule, it will then, create that task for that staff member. So that way they can see it on their workload. We can even send it to their individual email calendars if you guys use Outlook. And importantly, it'll bring it to their mobile app when they go out in the field. So this is an app we call IG Enforce that is designed for your officers to manage cases out in the field. That includes researching properties. So maybe I suspect something's going on at this location. I can see their past activity. I can create cases out in the field. So as I'm driving around the county, and I can manage existing cases. So that same workflow that we saw in the back office, I can also manage here. Everything from managing those violations, scheduling and completing inspections. I can take photos right here from the app, so making that a lot easier in they don't have to take a photo and then come back into the office and upload it. Everything that I'm doing here to manage this case is, automatically going back to the case and going back to the constituent that submitted this complaint. And so, it takes a lot less manual work for your staff members to manage these, and instead, just go about their work, and our system takes care of all of that manual work. And so, from here, as I'm managing a case, I can also create my notices out in the field. If you guys want to have, mobile printers, I can just generate it, print it out, and, give it right to the violator, as I'm out there. As Tracy said, reducing the amount of times your officers have to go out to these problem locations, and instead just be a lot more efficient by using this system. And so as I, am managing this case, I can close out, save my activity here, and then it goes back to the back office automatically. So there's nothing I then have to do to come back to the back office and type up all of my information. I'm just doing it as I'm out in the field, and it happens automatically. So we really want to, keep your officers out in the field longer, less admin work for them to do when they come back to the office. And overall, this system is just designed for easier submission and tracking of those complaints from your constituents, as we saw through the online portal and through the mobile app, and making that workflow process more efficient for staff and trying to reduce any kind of redundancies that you guys have that ultimately take up a lot of staff time. So I know that was pretty quick showing the system, but do you guys have any questions on anything that I showed here?
I have a couple. I have a couple more things. You saw when she was going through, and this is quick. I know it's a lot of stuff. We can actually load our nuisance code, and they can actually go into the section of the code right in the field and load that into a letter. You saw that in the workflow, it tracks when it started, the date, when this is due, when that's due. Everything that she just showed you, we're doing manually now through an Excel spreadsheet on their own, file folders everywhere, one color folder for this, one color folder for that, mounted high. Tony's desk looks like it's unbelievable. This system, puts it in all the digital format. And I should have mentioned this, and I didn't, and Jennifer touched on it. This is transferable throughout the whole county. So this wouldn't just be a product that, planning and zoning would utilize. This could be a project that if you have parks and recreation and a citizen's out at a park and the trash bins are overflowing, they can go online and say, trash pickup, this location. It alerts. We would have a central person in each office that gets that. In Adam's division at Public Works, if there's a tree across the road, if there's a dead animal in the road, if there's a damaged or down street sign, if there's any issues at all in any divisions where we could have a person at roads, have a person with stormwater and flooding issues in Heather's unit, to have someone in planning and zoning for nuisance, it's transferable. We can tailor the system any way we want to tailor it, and the way they've designed it, they're not charging us for users, so we can have unlimited users. They're not charging us per user.
How would you say, how many number of cases are we carrying in a period of a year? How many cases are there on their books?
Hundreds.
Mm-hmm.
And I could have a better answer for you if we had a better reporting system. See, that's the other thing that I asked them not to spend a lot of time on today, but when you input all this data, you can generate a report in minutes, which we can't do that now because, like I said, we do everything in an Excel spreadsheet. So they can go in, she just did that for you right there. The number of cases opened, how many are open, where they're located, what the average time that they've been open, all of that. The system also automatically triggers us when we have to go back out to visit a site. I'm not saying that we're not doing a good job now, because I think given the resources we have, we are doing an excellent job. I just think that with 2 people for the entire county and the amount of complaints that we're getting, and it's not going to stop, we have to look to the future at some point to make this more efficient. And for me to be able to give you the answers I need to give you on numbers and time it's costing us in the field, it's not just costing us work time to revisit these sites, it's mileage on our vehicles, it's gas to and from. If we can do 1 visit to a site versus 2 for 100 sites, we've cut 50 visits down just by using a system like this. So I just think it's something I wanted to present to the council. It's definitely something I'm interested in, and I'll answer, and while we have them here, any additional questions you might have.
So let me be the devil's advocate here a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So say somebody calls in and says, my neighbor's grass is too tall. Okay, the code enforcement goes out and looks at it and files all the reports here. But the grass isn't too tall. Okay, just the other neighbor don't like it.
Right.
Because their grass isn't as nice as theirs or whatever. So it's not a code violation.
Right.
Okay, so we get there. It's not a code violation. So the code enforcement officer informs the neighbor that made the complaint. A week later, the neighbor calls back. So the neighbor keeps complaining. Does these reports show up that this one property has had 20 complaints when the complaints aren't valid? And that's going to make it really look bad on the person who doesn't have a problem, but their neighbor just don't like them. Say they're doing it because they just don't like the neighbor.
Right, I understand. We have that.
How do you control that? I mean,
Yeah,
how's
that's
that-
always a concern. And, when those complaints do come in, one of the outcomes, I could, of course, turn this into a violation saying, yep, they do have tall grass. But yeah, the alternative is this comes in, it's unfounded. I have a status here for unfounded. It goes back as to the complaint as unfounded. We can notify the complainant automatically with that info. This will still be tracked and it'll still be tied back to this location. So I can always go back and see the history of everything that happened at this property. But I can
the
easily
history will
see
the
here-
history will show that this person has had 20 complaints filed against them, but none of them were valid.
Yep, exactly.
You know,
So
see,
it'll
that's not
show
fair. That's
here-
not fair to the person that's really. I mean, you could make anybody look bad, but just keep filing complaints. You really could.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. So when I come back to the history of the property, I can see, hey, this complaint came in. It'll say unfounded here, and that'll kind of really drive the automation too. We have functionality in the system, for example, to create holds on properties. Like, let's say it is a property that has an issue again and again. Well, we can configure that not to happen if the complaint came back as unfounded. We have a lot of tools around that, and even to hide that maybe from some of the reporting that you guys do, so that way you're not saying this is a problem location when it's just someone hates them.
And Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, but that wouldn't be information that would be given to the general public. That would be information that we would have on our side. We can control the permissions as to what the general public sees. So that person wouldn't have, a black eye to the public because they wouldn't see that, because on our end, we would see that it's unfounded, correct?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So it wouldn't be out for public consumption.
And I'm not sure, that's actually a very interesting point. I'm not sure what it would take for the county to implement some sort of, and I hate to use the word punitive because it maybe is not the right word, a punitive measure if you have individuals that behave like that. I know with false alarms, that's very common. There's some sort of fee or fine if an individual has X number of false alarms, because ultimately that's expending county resources. So there might be something you guys could do to discourage neighbors that are not acting neighborly from doing things like that. You could certainly tag that person's account as a habitual reporter of false information, but maybe it's a situation where there would be some sort of penalty for individuals that knowingly submit false information. Just an idea, but it's difficult to regulate human behavior completely. But I certainly understand that's definitely a valid concern.
So since I've been on the council, I think one of the most serious things I've been involved in is neighbor disputes, when one neighbor doesn't like the other. And I mean, it's not just one case, it's been several cases over the years. Tracy, we know how much work you all have backed up and the complaints but is all the problems in your office, or is it in the court system and getting things done? I mean, I've recently had experience, with a complaint in my neighborhood where we've been to court twice. There's another court date, still nothing done. I mean, how can that be improved? And that's not going to be improved by a computer system.
Right. So my understanding historically, we've had different judges over a period of many years. And what standard might have worked for one judge doesn't necessarily work for another judge, right? So we know what standards we have to meet for the current judge in order to not have a case thrown out. But even sometimes, depending on what information is presented, the judge can still say they want to give somebody more time. They want to give them a period of abatement. We are finding that it's very difficult to get through the court system, and cases are backed up in court. I forgot how many we've had, probably in excess of a dozen, over the last month that we haven't had moving forward, that we're now just starting to get moved forward. But you have to keep in mind that when they get to court, and even in cases like the Parsonsburg case across from the fire department, the judge ruled in our favor on everything that we finally got there with, and then he appealed it. And then from there, now we're waiting for a circuit court. We've been waiting for a circuit court case for 3 months on that case alone. So they have the opportunity, even when a judge orders it or decides in our favor, there's oftentimes she'll give an abatement period. And that abatement period could be 30 days or 60 days. So we can't do anything for that period of time. The whole time that that's going on, we're still getting the calls from the neighbors. Like, why isn't this getting resolved? Why isn't this getting taken care of? So we're constantly getting those kinds of calls as well. But yes, I agree. The court system is troublesome as well. And we have to be so meticulous in the way that we serve people, because sometimes people won't accept our letters. So then we have to do what's called alternative service. And then we have to prove to the court that we've adequately met alternative service because they wouldn't pick up a sign for a certified letter. So there's a lot more that goes into this. You know, like I said, we could have a whole session just on nuisance and process and procedure. And, you know, we're trying to do that with 2 individuals.
Josh?
First of all, I appreciate you bringing this before us. I think this issue in general, you know, as I was on my computer, we went into break, I'm handling a constituent issue there that you'll never see, you'll never know about, most likely. And that's just, I don't know if the county knows how many constituent issues or total challenges it's addressing, because I don't, you know, sounds like it's wrapped up in various spreadsheets or folders of different colors and things like that, and you're just one department in one area. So we know that obviously that residents want to feel heard, they want to be heard, and they want to get challenges and problems resolved efficiently and transparently. So I think this is an effective this could be an effective process. I would love to see us move to the, you know, to a better system, you know, cloud-based, whatever, doesn't matter, but some sort of system where we can have more public transparency and then trust that things are getting addressed. I guess I think you've already addressed the questions that I had as far as would this start maybe with, you know, your department, would that build out to something for the administration as a whole? You know, I could maybe we don't have issues like you know, the sheriff's office or first responder related, emergency related, but certainly things like, you know, that could include things like septic system issues or others involving Department of Health or others. But I guess for this, would you be imagining this as maybe being like a proposal from one particular or an RFP process that we might start, or and further than have you had more of these broader conversations with the broader administration to see how we can address constituent issues more efficiently and uniformly?
We have had, like I said, we talked to several companies because we already work with Tyler and Immunosystem. I've already spoken with procurement. We wouldn't have to put out an RFP. We could go with this company. They've given us an estimate, or a proposal rather, of what it would cost to start this. It just depends on, obviously, we don't have this budgeted in planning and zoning for this year because we didn't anticipate this. It would require a budget amendment if we were to do this now. Let's begin it in the new year. If the council wasn't inclined to do that, then I would have to include that in my budget in the coming year. But I would, at that point, I think I would talk to some of the other department heads to see if they wanted to tailor this to some of their needs and ask for that expense to be shared across several departments rather than just planning and zoning. The proposal that they've given us is a locked-in price for 3 years, and it's a year-to-year contract. So if at any point in time we felt this just wasn't working the way we anticipated, we're not held to anything. They would give us our information, and we would be out of that contract. They've been very fair in the discount that they've offered us because we're already a Tyler customer. So we do have that information from them now.
To the, I'm assuming that any support and any training costs, would that be included?
That's included. There is an annual subscription fee that is one cost, and then, excuse me?
Yeah, it'd be nice to know what the software costs and the subscription fees might be.
Normally the subscription fee would be $89,320, but they've given us a discount as an existing customer of $53,724. So the subscription fee would be $35,596, locked in for 3 years. And then the initial setup fee, which would be the one-time cost to do the professional services, the training, to tailor it to our platform, would be $40,500. That fee would then go away, and the annual fee would remain at $35,596. But initially, the whole package for the first year would be approximately $76,000.
Tracy, is there a way to tailor this? I guess one of my concerns is neighbors checking on neighbors, going in and looking at and say, is there a way to tailor this so we can't, it won't be open up to everybody to see that, John Doe had a complaint filed against him or 3 complaints filed against him. Can that be done? It might have been said and I didn't hear it, in their explanation, but.
I believe,
Yeah,
Garth
it
and Jennifer, I think we can tailor this any way that we choose, correct?
Yeah. So if you don't want that information to be available to the public, maybe only available to the person that submitted the complaint originally, then that's how you can choose to set it up.
Because neighbor disputes and neighbor disagreements are I think all of us on the council know that we've probably been through that, and so.
I think Tony and Jim, we're still small enough. I think Tony and Jim pretty much know most of those neighbor disputes and complaints. They're repetitive. They're not one time. They're 20 times.
Sometimes they're invalid. Sometimes they're just something that somebody's mad at somebody else.
Correct.
Over, so.
Right.
And you can split that 35 between all the departments possibly that want to use this program?
If depending on how we implement this, whether the council thinks this is something we should pursue. I have met with the county executive, and she thought it would be a good idea to try to pursue this ASAP. But if it's something the council wants to wait until budget session, and we'd be looking at now,
Sorry, could you get us a cost savings of what it would save us on time? Because time is money, and I know that, you're saying 50 trips it'll save you 50 trips and the wear and tear on vehicles, and it's not something you have to tell us right now, but it's something you can maybe.
I could try. It's just difficult because we cover the whole county, so it's hard to estimate, mileage and time. We could be going all the way to Tyaskin, or we could be going to, outside of Hebron. There's just no way of knowing.
Yeah.
I think what's important, though, is the trip generation would definitely be cut in half because we could print in the car.
I just know from my line of work, and it's very small compared to this, we estimate jobs, and if you had all your stuff at the fingertips on a computer, you can go to the job one time, pictures everything, you save immense amount of time by not having to keep going back out to the job, and it just makes sense, and the price would be justified, I think, depending on how many times you have to go back and forth. And it's the whole county, so I can't imagine that price spread amongst the departments that need it. The amount of savings of time alone, not just wear and tear, it sounds like it's worth it to me. And after 3 years, if it doesn't work, we can go back, right? So.
Yes, sir. My thought would be if we did a budget amendment to implement this in the coming year and starting in January, we would go ahead and tailor it now. I'd meet with the other department heads. We'd already add them in now, and we would spread it across all the departments that could utilize it. It wouldn't just be planning and zoning.
Have you talked to animal control about it?
No, not to animal control yet, no.
It would be, so we're talking cost sharing with different departments, right? So it just wouldn't come out of your department?
Well, if we did a budget amendment now to set this up in January, then what we would do is for moving forward, we would just have to budget for the $35,596, and then I would look to the other department heads to see how much they would want to utilize it to what they would be willing to budget towards that $36,000. So it all wouldn't just come out of the P&Z budget.
Right, okay.
I personally had a lot of surprise. I've had sticker shock with what you're saying as far as the numbers that we're talking about here. I thought it would be much lower than this for software programs. I also have a hard time wrapping my head around, this is probably my fault, but I have a hard time wrapping my head around the fact that we only have 2 officers. How are we creating this many cases that we have to spend $76,000 on software to track all of these cases. I don't know how to manage to have that many cases.
John, I could take.
And the workload, when we only have 2 officers. And I say maybe it might help if you could supply some type of more information to give us a better
Sure, I'd be happy to
how
do
far
that.
behind we are on that.
Huh?
And I understand there's inherent delays and frustrations quite often, a lot of cases that Joe's expressed, but I'd just like to know how we're becoming so inundated with cases that quickly that we're going to, be looking at this type of funding in order to solve a problem.
If you think about it in terms of, let's say this is a very low number, but let's say we only get 10 cases in a month. And every one of those 10 cases, from the time we get notice to the first visit, to the second visit, to the third visit, to the letters going out, to they either, people that make honest mistakes, they respond, they clean things up, it's all resolved. The ones that don't are the ones that drag on forever. You have to constantly keep track of all of these, and it's rolling all the time. So as you're dealing with those 10, you have 10 more coming in, and they're on those same cycles. And then you have 10 more coming in, and they're on those same cycles. And you're having to track 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, when the citation was issued, when they didn't respond, when you go to court, what you need for court. It's massive. It's a massive amount of work.
We have, every business has this type of logistics they have to work through. I'm wondering, are these things that aren't traceable on simple spreadsheets and things like that? I know in my company, we have spreadsheets that track all types of, we have work requests that go out to the contractors to do their work, and they may have to do follow-up. But I don't have a special program in place for a second or third time that a pipe may freeze or a toilet may go up. But we track that on spreadsheets to make sure that we can stay up to date with everything.
Yeah, we do too. We track it on spreadsheets. Like I said, we have numerous folders. One of the other issues that we're having is we're running out of space for paper. And it makes more sense to digitize everything. So we have digital files for all of this. That does this as well. So I'd be happy to get back to you with numbers on what our current caseload is and to let you see. But I will also tell you that the court system presents a lot of delays and challenges as well.
Right, and I don't think this software is going to do away with the court system. Joe, you were saying?
Well, you talking about caseload, I could ride you around the east side of the county, and you operate off complaints. Your officers don't go out and say, hey, there's something wrong here and something. That's been basically what the county's been doing for years. So I was talking to one of your code enforcement officers the other day. I told him, I said, I could keep you busy for 6 months if I went out and complained about stuff, which I don't. I see this. Now, we had 2 situations on the east side. One was with a house and one was with a mobile home that people complained about. Those complaints went to the planning and zoning. They went out. They have removed, the whole house has been tore down, and the mobile home has been removed from the property because it had been sitting there for years empty. So what Tracy said there about some people take care of their problems right away, other people don't. We have one that we've been dealing with on Tillman Drive for, 4 or 5 years now. Still dealing with it. The case I referenced a while ago about going to court for 2 days, 2 court days, code enforcement was sitting in the courtroom with myself and my neighbors on that situation. We got to go back. Well, I don't think we have to go back again. I don't think we're going to be subpoenaed to go back again because they're going to do a plea deal on that. But I am too a little reluctant about the cost, but if you could spread it over, if animal control would pick up part of it, of course, you can do code violations on this too, not just necessarily nuisance violations. I don't know what other departments, maybe somebody would complain about all them potholes on Zion Road that I've been complaining about that the county won't fix, But anyway, I think this is a good thing. I don't like some aspects of it. I don't like the part where the neighbors can go check in on neighbors. I do not like that. I think that's
We can tailor that.
there's probably a lot of things in there we could delete, out of it. So anyway.
But also, John, to your point, the other part is about efficiency. So if we go to a site and we observe and we take pictures and we make notes, then we come back to the office and we generate the letter, and all of that could be the system, all of that can be done right in the car while they're there. So instead of visiting the site twice, which we always visit the site twice, we would visit the site once. So that's a considerable savings on time, wear and tear on vehicles and gas as well.
Jeff?
Tracy, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you for the work that you and your team do. I know I've sent you quite a few zingers in the past year. In the year that you've been here, have the complaints increased?
It's difficult for me to say because I don't have a perspective what happened before I got here. I'm going to make the assumption that they have, only in the sense that we now have 2 officers that are out in the field every single day, almost all day. And that's why we were adding on some admin help for them. And they're always busy. They're never, ever not busy. So I'm going to assume what 1 was doing, now 2 are doing full-time. So
As the county's population ticks up, we're probably going to get more complaints. I think it's safe to assume that at least taking a very hard look at this software would potentially prevent the need or eliminate the need for hiring any additional personnel. It would maximize the efficiency of the 2 people we already have and allow them to spend less time traveling and more time dealing with complaints, right?
yes, as a matter of fact, I just shared that with someone in the office today. I said, if we're not able to go in this direction, I think we're going to end up having to hire another code enforcement officer down the road because we're not going to be able to keep up to people's standards. It's just not going to be possible.
Joe, you hear that?
I heard it, yeah.
How would this software
In
program?
case you're looking for another job.
Huh? Do what?
In case you're looking for another job.
No.
I don't want to get too far in the weeds because we've got another work session coming up, but I don't know, maybe if for explanation at a future time, I don't see how the software program would keep someone from having to go out to a property a second time. There's still going to be some type of visual inspection in order to understand progress. I just don't know where that.
When we go to visit a property for the first time, we're not able to issue a notice at that time. We're not able to issue it. We go out and we make sure that the complaint we received is valid, take photographs, make notes, and then come back to the office and then take the code and that's what the admin person would do, create the letter or the citation to put on the door. With this software, we can do all of that in the field. So the very first visit, they would already have their notice out in the field. There wouldn't be a second visit. And then from that point, hopefully, they would correct the measure, and then the second visit would be the final visit. It's usually the 3rd to 5th visit, that's the final visit.
You talk about workload, I was just sitting here, we approved holidays. With weekend, 365 days in the year, right? Okay, with holidays, weekends, sick days, and vacation days, our employees are only working about 200 days a year, maybe even less. So that's not a lot of days.
Right, and we did have one nuisance officer that had a medical situation. It was out for 2 weeks. We were down to one person who did an exemplary job, but that's very difficult to keep up. So when you wonder how backlogs happen, that's all it takes is one person being out sick for an extended period of time, and then we have the backlog. I also do want to mention to the council, and I'm sure you're very aware of it, as housing costs are increasing and homeless rates are increasing, the situation that you've been most concerned with since I've been here, campers showing up everywhere all over the county. If we were to just deal with campers alone, that could keep one of my code enforcement officers busy nonstop. That would be the only job they could do. Not even to talk about untagged vehicles. That's a whole nother thing. Then we get into the spring and summer, then what do we get into? Tall grass and weeds, and then that doesn't mention the ones that are salvage yards and bigger issues that we have to tackle. Just the campers alone is a nonstop job.
You think you could get an agreement with the animal control to take part in this and county roads to take part of it in to, diversify the cost, or it wouldn't cost just one department. I mean, it's going to cost, of course, animal control is more or less its own department, and there might be another department out there that could use it.
I'd be happy to have that conversation. I did not want to jump the gun and approach them. If the council just said, no, this isn't for us, we wouldn't be looking at approving this. I wanted to give you the courtesy of seeing this first and getting your feedback, and then letting me know how you'd like me to proceed.
I think what we're sort of looking for is maybe a greater understanding of what your workload is and a better breakdown of the exact costs. It's something, in writing so we can review it. Josh?
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
I know we're far over our time, so I'm not going to go any further, but I just wanted to say I appreciate you bringing this forward. To Mr. Holloway's point, what you often are getting are just the complaints that come through. But, any one of us can walk out our door and walk around the neighborhood and see other issues, or drive around the neighborhoods and know that there's extenuating circumstances to those. So I think as long as we move forward with the humanity baked in to the technology, so that the elderly woman whose husband died 15 years ago and she can't take care of her land, there's reasons why those things are happening, and I don't want to further punish folks like that. But we will provide hopefully this will have a system where they can continue to it could be addressed in a holistic way. So.
And I'm glad you said that, because I do want to say that I'm very, very proud of the job that our two nuisance officers do, because they do take into account all those factors. And even more recently, when a house burned down in the county and there was a child displaced, the nuisance officer even went back to make sure they had clothes to get to school the next day and that the Red Cross was there to help them. I think they're very, very good at that and what they do in their job. Both of them take into account personal situations. So I'm proud of them for doing that. But thank you for mentioning it.
Okay.
And thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much, Tracy.
Better.
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Gar. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks for your
thank you very
time.
much.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, we have the update on the Wicomico River dredging and Cell 7 construction. Mr. Adam Corey is here from the Department of Public Works. Mr. Corey, how are you?
Good afternoon. Got kind of a bit of a diverse crew coming. I'm going to invite our guests with Coastal Compliance Solutions up to the table as well for this first portion. And then Mr. Kolar will be up a little bit later for Cell 7. We've got some folks joining us today virtually as well. In the middle of our slide presentation, we do have a link that we'll be pulling up so they can join us. How did the Zoom just work that you had right there? That was the link you provided, correct?
Yes.
And they're on there, but are they going to be sharing?
So she has a PowerPoint presentation, but I.
The link is in the PowerPoint.
Yeah, so I could do the PowerPoint from her computer, but I cannot
Sure.
do it from that computer.
That's fine. If you want to do it from up there, we'll just hit next slide. That way everybody can see and our folks from our other teams can see as well. No problem. It would be, yeah, the last one, the PowerPoint presentation there. So I guess we'll go ahead and go down the table here and introduce ourselves real quick.
Heather Langford, Manager Engineer.
Adam Corey, Acting Director of Public Works.
Hi, Chris McCabe, Coastal Compliance Solutions.
Chuck Hegberg, Resource Environmental Solutions.
All right. Just hit slideshow at the top, please. It's at the top of the toolbar, right in the dead center almost. It says slideshow.
All the way up.
If you go to the bottom, under the dredging, there's a little desk-looking thing right beside the 83%. If you click that, out at the bottom, keep going down, over to your right. Down a little. Oh, right there. The little, yep.
There we go. All right.
You can click the next one, please. I'm going to be going over just a briefing of the previous presentation that we already presented to you guys, because I want to do a little refresher of what was presented initially. As we know, the basis of the project, we work with the Army Corps of Baltimore District. We do have an LOD currently of 60.5 acres that we were utilizing.
It's an LOD.
Limit of disturbance.
Thanks.
The Army Corps funds to dredge material placement was approximately $3 to $5 million for Upper Wicomico. The current site that was being utilized does have the 7 cells, and the estimate that this was updated, 400,000 cubic yards can be placed in the existing cells. Next slide, please.
And we're talking about Sharps Point when we talk about that particular property that was on that slide.
Next slide, please. So as you're aware, we did proceed with the first phase of the soil hauling from Sharps Point. We pulled out approximately 100,000 cubic yards of material out of cell 4. If you want to go into the next slide. Hauling operations to remove the 400,000 cubic yards in the 6 months was a pretty hefty lift. It was around 170 trucks per day. Truck capacity is about 13 cubic yards per haul. And the window for dredging, I think, is very important. It's between October and February due to the environmental constraints. We had looked into the adjacent property use, but ran into some hurdles with the permitting and time restrictions, and we haven't tabled that, but that is something that at the time with the expeditious needs, we had moved forward and beyond that site. Next slide, please. Go ahead. Again, we did do our due diligence. We looked into the foresting that would need to be done, the soils, the water tables, and the existing wetlands on the adjacent property that was actually purchased to expand on the cells. So again, we did not go that direction due to the constraints that were on there at the time due to the timetable that we had with the Army Corps. Next slide, please. Due to the urgency, as mentioned, I think it's very important to understand that the river is used, obviously we all know, for large commodities, around $225 million worth of products yearly. So those 300 barges do remove 45,000 trucks off of the roadways. So we want to ensure that our dredging is continued and we have a path forward for working with Army Corps and our partners. Next slide, please. Again, these are just a few of the larger companies that produce the economic values within Wicomico County, being the second largest port within Maryland. There are 6 privately owned locations that a lot of the materials are fuels, are oils, are concrete and stone, and materials for shipbuilding as well, as you can see. So without proceeding, obviously these guys would be impacted. So we are and have and continue to make sure that no stone has been unturned when researching how to proceed with dredging. Next slide, please. I'm actually going to skip this one if you don't mind. So with the path forward, phase 1 did consist of 100,000 cubic yards of material being removed. The bid for the soil hauling was awarded on April 17th, 2025. In May of 2025, Public Works sent out around 70 letters to the adjacent residents and homeowners to ensure that they knew that this would be coming near them and the soils will be hauled in this location. MDE We had our NOI MPDES permits finalized for the laydown area to ensure that we were following all the regulatory requirements out there. And as of today, the 100,000 cubic yards have been 100% completed.
What was on the one you skipped?
You can go back to it if you'd like. Sure. Those were just recommendations and requests. You can go over any of them. This was just past that we had already presented. If you have any questions on a specific one, I can absolutely.
Run out of this at some point?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
Mm-hmm.
go ahead. I'm done.
Phase 2, as I said, the county has looked into numerous locations, and we'll get more into detail on that as the presentation goes on. However, during the continuous conversations that we have with Army Corps and within the county and some of our partners and the GIS that you'll be introduced to later on, some of the facilities that we look at, we know we have to move another 50,000 cubic yards as our next final big push for the Army Corps, as discussed with them in recent meetings. So a local engineering firm is currently working on finalization of the NOI location and drawings for the ESC and NOI permits.
Those are notices of intent and sediment erosion control, things like that we have to have on these sites.
And as you can see, that one there, you're fine, is located adjacent to the roads facility, and it's approximately 5 acres. If you click the white dot that says pre-phase 1, we have done a dredging timeline. I'm going to pass it over to Adam Corey to discuss the rest of this.
So when we came in front of you in April, that was in a very quick response to the information being given to us by our partners at U.S. Army Corps of Engineers about what we need to get out of Sharps Point as soon as possible to begin dredging. It's regrettable that within less than 72 hours of us signing a contract with the vendor to start that 100,000 cubic yards of hauling, U.S. Army Corps, based on some circumstances beyond our control, including funding, decided to skip us yet again. So we're now in our third skipped round of dredging for the Wicomico River, which puts us in peril as far as the depth is concerned. I can update since just this week, really, actually the end of last week, that U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is surveying right now. They did have a boat malfunction, and Doug will be on the call later. Doug is our district representative from the Baltimore district. He'll be up here on the Zoom here in just a few minutes. But they are taking their survey work now as we speak. Also, as Heather just pointed out, with the 100,000 cubic yard removal out of cell 4 at Sharps Point, and the fact that cell 5 is already effectively empty, the 50,000 is just a continuance, but we need to get a total of 400,000 before October of 2026. So when the administration starts looking at this from the standpoint of long-term management, we understand that it's not the most desirable thing to be putting dredge spools on the roadway and pick up in dump trucks and move them all across Hell's half acre. What we need to be doing is looking at long-term strategy for management in the future, and that is what the end of this presentation is going to go to, and our friends from GIS are going to come up and talk a little bit more about that. But again, we got to get out what we've got to get out from the Army Corps now. And Sharps Point, as far as dredging is concerned, that's our permitted known zone for direct disposal. So again, we need to get up to 400,000 cubic yards by the time it's all said and done. Again, October of 26, but the Army Corps needs to see the steps in the meantime. The 50,000 that we'd like to start moving here pretty soon. Again, that's at the landfill. That's going to be very close to landfill. We can use that. Yes, sir.
Can I ask a dumb question? For none of us are obviously experienced on most of these. I've been to Poplar Hill Island. I've seen the restoration there. Like, help us understand the basic thing. Why is it has to do land application? Why I know that's what we said we would do in our permit. I'm assuming we approved for that. That's our plan. So we're following the plan. Are there not other options that we could do? And is it just cost prohibitive? Or?
No. They're not, all of them are costly, okay? Some are less than others. These things take years and years to plan. When you walk into a situation where Previous dredge management was not effectively, the solutions were to simply pile it up at Sharps Point. That's not a solution. So trying to switch what we have right now, the process we have to dredge and directly dump into Sharps Point is what the Army Corps has on paper. It's what's permitted. Trying to find those other solutions take years, okay? So when we're facing effectively the crisis, to use a word, of, hey, we're not going to be dredging you if you don't get Sharps Point empty, what are you going to do? You have to unfortunately make a decision to get that stuff out of there quick. The idea of slurrying it, re-slurrying the dredge, putting it back on barges, putting it on the river, sending it somewhere else, it's all fine and good. But now you're talking about completely changing out the permit scope. Some of that stuff has federal regulatory oversight over it, obviously. And where are you going to put it? You know,
A place like Poplar Hill wouldn't, there's an already set program.
well, that's coming from Baltimore.
Sure.
Actually, one of the
Which is toxic, and for a lot of those, or they have to check those, they have to check the.
we have to check
you know,
ours too, but
And ours isn't nearly as toxic or anything.
fortunately, we don't have the kind of industry. The history of the Wicomico port, the city of Salisbury, hasn't had the kind of industry intensification that the approach to the Baltimore.
So wouldn't
harbor
that
does.
allow it to then be a potential
Much
option?
more
Or
uses.
is it just purely regulatory?
No.
This takes time for permitting? Or-
Much more uses, much more beneficial use options, and that's what we're going to talk about today after I get through this part. We've got folks that are joining us on our Zoom from the Nature Conservancy, from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, from other groups that we're working with collaboratively. It's the executive has pretty much said, I want every idea on the table to be able to handle this moving forward into the future, so we are not simply robbing Peter to pay Paul by moving materials from one place to another. We need to find out, let's dredge it and put it at a direct marsh restoration, for example, or island restoration. But again, those things take a long period of time to plan and costs, and this was a stopgap measure. And it's something we need to avoid in the future as far as this dry removal of material from Sharps Point. All right, so we have looked at other properties as well up and down the river. We've had some conversation with private landowners. Our GIS team with planning and zoning has really put together a heck of a product that they're going to showcase here today as how we can start readily identifying properties along the Wicomico River that we might be able to utilize for thin layer overspray, things like that. So next slide, please.
The back button. Hit the back.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's right. There's a back button down there to the right. Phase 1. Click on that. Yes, sorry.
Just did phase one.
No, you did pre-phase. So there's phase 1 there. Yeah. All right. So as far as the due date are concerned, I pretty much just talked about that. Staying on track is that next 50,000 cubic yards, and then obviously once you add in and continue up to 400,000 cubic yards of material by the time that the core is ready to rock and roll. Now, I'm going to be optimistic in the fact that survey work has not been performed at Sharps Point either. So when the Army Corps has its survey work at the bottom of the Wicomico and we have our survey work of the excavations that have taken place at Sharps Point, let's hope they match up a little bit better than what we currently think we have on paper, and maybe we can come to an agreement on less than 400,000 cubic yards overall. All right, now, Ms.
Can you click
Ingold.
the dot in front of completion of phase 1?
Yes, there is. There's some video embedded in here.
And then click it once.
Yeah. All right. So here is some flyover work that we just had done. One of our solid waste employees just the other day, and this is cell 4. Now, of course, you're well above it height-wise, so it's kind of hard to tell. But that cliff, if you will, those edges running into the bottom of that cell, they're 20+ foot. And you're just now getting into the groundwater intrusion that's coming through at the bottom, and then it's got a little bit of coloration from sediment that's coming into it. But effectively, when you look at Sharps Point as we come around here, all those other cells, including the one in the far background, are all full for the most part. Now, cell 5, that's just below cell 4 in the picture, is empty, with the exception of vegetation. We are planning to go in there this season. I think the season is February, working with Mr. Will Dyer as our Wicomico County State Forester to do a controlled burn. That controlled burn is going to help us get a lot better physical access to these sites and knock off that non-native invasive Phragmites as well, because one thing you don't want to do is as you relocate this material, you want to try to do your very best to limit its impact, which we did this time by scraping it off and moving it elsewhere. So anyway, that's what Sharps Point Cell 4 looks like this very moment. Prior to that, it looked like every other cell that you see, completely full to the top, and that's 100,000 cubic yards. Thank you, Ms. Ingold. Yes, sir. You're fine.
Question. And I guess it's because of what the material is, but you can't build that up. You can't build that up like you do the landfill. I mean.
Oh, you mean like at Sharps Point?
Yeah.
So that's what the county did before at Sharps Point was the county moved material out of cells 3 and cells 4, and then piled it up in cell 1. And cell 1, when you look at it, is 20 foot plus above the berm level.
Is that allowed?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
So the berm level is as high as you can get because that
You can pile trash up as high as you want to.
landfills and
You can't
yeah.
pile dirt up?
landfills and you can physically. You can physically, and it's because it's been done. I can go show you where it's been done, but it is now the permitted berm levels for that dredge management facility. The berms are set at their level at 20 feet, and then that's as high as you can go, or as high as you're supposed to go.
How would you change that? Legislation?
That's federal regulation.
Federal?
Yes, sir. No. It's a good question for the U.S. Army Corps. And we did ask that, by the way, because that was one of the first questions we asked last year when this, I'm forgetting which year it is now, when they said, hey, this is where we're at. We may not be able to dredge. We need you to get material out of Sharps Point. Well, I just looked around and said, okay, well, that's what we did before. Can we move that again? No, you cannot go over that 20-foot mound. So unfortunately, we're kind of stuck with the removal.
And then when they decant, that was one of the locations that they put all the material in. So that made us one cell short, actually, in the decanting process.
So running the water off of it, once you throw your aqueous slurry into the cell, you got to make that water go elsewhere. Moving it all into another cell doesn't help. It just hinders you in the future.
And the last time that we did move the material into the cell, it was about the same amount that we moved out of cell 4 here. It was from one cell to cell 1, and it cost around $750,000. So
We've probably touched on some of this before, and there's a reluctance to talk about what happened in the past, and you've done an excellent job in trying to coordinate where we need to go here in the future.
Yeah.
An excellent job. But I think the public still doesn't understand. For 20 years, 30 years, we've been dredging.
Sure.
And if you look at any CIP, there's anywhere from $500,000 to $350,000 every single year applied towards dredging, which means we should be very cognizant of what we're doing with dredging every year for the last 20 years. So how is it now in this year as opposed, in addition to last year? How are we all of a sudden in a situation where 90% of your slide says urgent, 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 and we are spending millions, if not tens of millions of dollars addressing an issue that has been on the books for 20 years?
Certainly. Appreciate that question, and I would say that, we've gotten by filling up dredge management facilities. One of the immediate placement and beneficial reuse that we had, like Deal Island most recently, took care of a good amount. If we had been utilizing those sorts of methodologies over a longer period of time, instead of strictly filling up dredge management facilities like the one where Bull Lips is, for example, that's full. It's not going to take any more. Cooper Road, that's full. It's not going to take any more. There's several others on the screen that you may see in the GIS presentation that they're full. Not going to take any more. That, unfortunately, is the theme of dredge management in Wicomico County versus island restoration, versus marsh restoration, versus a true look at beneficial reuse versus strictly storage as a disposal methodology, or no real reuse. It's going in somewhere, and we're going to forget about it.
Well, yeah, and I was sharing with Councilman Ennis earlier today that the dredging process has seemingly been to be nothing more than one dead end after another. You're guaranteeing yourself that you're going to be at a dead end.
Yep.
I guess my real question is, how do we get to this stage where we didn't anticipate that, we weren't, because I believe even Sharps Point was a bit of a scare. that we were going to be able to use Sharps Point, and that came out, we're lucky we got Sharps Point.
This is exactly what we're talking about, yeah.
But-
Oh, you're talking about the property getting,
So once we realized that we were lucky enough to acquire the Sharps Point
Okay,
location,
I see
how did we not back then, 3 or 4 years ago, know that you better be looking for 4 years down the road? I'm just curious as to where that fell off.
I wish I could answer that question for you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It's costing us millions.
Yes, it is.
As you know.
And the costs are always going to be seen, because the county's responsibility in the dredge conversation is to continue to have a place for it to go, right? And we're not the only jurisdiction in the state, nor the country for that matter, is dealing with the same issue with this long-term concept of simply putting it in a dredge management facility.
Right.
When Colin Harrison and myself, the environmental planner for P&Z, went up to the laboratory there on Kent Island for the beneficial reuse, it was a conference, really. I felt like for the first time, okay, at least we're not alone. Everybody's in the same boat. They're looking for how are we going to go forward with more innovative methodologies to reuse this material versus simply building a berm, digging a hole, and filling it in, right? Which is what we've done at Cooper Road, Sharps Point, where Bull Lips is, for example, at Red Roof, same thing. So, what's this here? Sorry.
I was just, when we did look into, I was pulling up some historical information on the property adjacent and any of the wetlands that we ran into in the forestry. There was discussion of paying $12 million into a wetland mitigation bank if we wanted to even utilize that. So I'm not sure where there was this break into, do we continue down a wetlands mitigation bank and continue permitting that site? Or what do we do for deforestation and expanding the cells there? I just don't know where that ended. And
Yeah,
I
and
think,
Mr. McCabe actually worked on part of that project, and, you know, one of the issues with that 31-acre piece that's adjacent there is wetlands of significant state concern. So when we started looking at this, and I'm being asked to, you know, make it a split decision, well, I'm certainly not going to, when I know I'm already under the gun from U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, I'm not going to go asking for permission to, you know, effectively destroy wetlands of special state concern. So, Chris, did you want to answer something to that?
Yeah, so just a little history. In 2018, the county hired our firm to delineate that parcel, the entire Sharps Point parcel. And we had terrible news to tell them because the entire thing was wetlands. And so at that time, we gave a kind of an estimate of what the permitting process would be, and then what the mitigation requirement would be. And it was, you know, pretty staggering. You know, you're talking about 30 acres of wetland mitigation at 2 to 1. I mean, you're in the $20 million range for just mitigation. And so at the time, everybody was a bit shocked, and then kind of said, well, we'll just fill it up until we fill it up. So unfortunately, as Adam said, in the county, all the dredge basins have been filled up to the brim.
And I think, again, that strategy of filling up dredge basins is going on everywhere. It's only now that I'm hearing more and more that the federal and state partners, not the Army Corps, I'm leaving them out of that particular part of this, is that because the Army Corps, their responsibility is to get that navigable channel open and keep it open. These other federal partners, though, and other state partners like DNR, MDE, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, so on and so forth, they're all on the same, you know, charge of, hey, we need to find better ways to use this stuff. So we'll move on a little bit here if everybody's good with that.
I just wanted to touch base on that.
Certainly.
So we're heading towards solutions.
Yes. Yes, we are. We're heading towards solution. I wanted to make sure everybody's fully aware where we are with Sharps Point because, you know what I mean, it's still our lifesaver at this moment, but I want to find other ways to do this in the future. Okay. Allen Transfer Station or Convenience Center, they're on Walnut Tree Road. That's where that 100,000 cubic yards went. So if you cut that hole, flip it upside down, and put it on top of the ground, that's what we did. And, you know, that's not the best use of the land, and it doesn't have to be there forever. That permit's only good for 3 years. We will extend that permit, obviously, because I would never move it out of there in 3 years' time for use on the landfill, for example. But effectively, there's some material that we can use somewhere else. But this is not the long-term solution for dredge management in this county. I don't want to start creating little micro sediment hills all over the place. Yeah, that's not really good. Unfortunately, this property was close by and usable. You can see in the back of that. Ooh, it cut out for just a second. Oh, yeah. So on the back side of that slope, you can see where the initial soil stabilization activity started to take place. This stuff does grow grass pretty well. The rest of that will fill in. Unfortunately, you know, we've hit our dormant period for our grass. But it is stabilized, and the Maryland Department of the Environment, who's been out there the entire time with our compliance staff, both from the Solid Waste Division and from the Engineering Division. Things have been looking really good. So it was a successful project for all physical and logistical aspects so far. All right. Right. So phase two, again, I talked about that. I want to get our folks that are waiting on virtually on as quickly as we can. Again, if you look at some of the staying on track and the advances I just did mention, I'll restate it that the U.S. Army Corps is performing surveying now. So like I say, the last survey date was October of 24. Then prior to that was August of 2020. And we need to make sure that we've got accurate on both sides.
I do want to point out that the October was after they had already turned down dredging. So the most recent that we had during discussions with them on moving forward was August of 2020.
Yeah. So it'd been nice to have that data, but that's the hands we were dealt. We want to hit the back button, Ms. Ingold. Thank you. All right. Long term, really quick. All right. So again, land acquisition for future placement, future DMMP sites, because we know not everything is going to be immediate beneficial reuse. A lot of immediate beneficial reuse projects utilize 5 to 15,000 cubic yards, whereas the Wicomico River dredging project utilizes 100,000 plus at a clip. So we got to find larger projects to use first. We have already reached out to Congressman Harris's office and some other federal partners about having City of Salisbury's Port of Salisbury, actually as a port of special designation, so we can try to free up some additional funding. Ms. Lori Carter is working on some additional grant funding as well through the feds that could bring us a decent windfall of funding. I'm hoping that goes through. Future permitting approvals and timelines, obviously we're looking at that all the time. And then of course, again, beneficial reuse of opportunities is really what we want to look at. And again, you don't want to be paying out of the nose all the time like we're doing on these projects right now. You want to have a set standard of how you're going to do this moving forward in the future for the next 20, 30 years instead of having to react. You want to be proactive. Yes, sir.
So you say when you moved to the landfill in Allen,
when we moved it to the convenience center there, yes.
now you say that it'll grow grass.
Yes, sir.
So you're dealing with Andy Harris's office, correct?
About the port, yes. Mm-hmm.
So have you ever approached him about raising that limit of that 20 foot or?
We certainly could. I have not engaged him with that yet. My initial ask to Congressman Harris's office is getting the port designated.
Seems like that would solve a lot of problems. If you go, I mean,
it would.
You can build a mountain out of trash, but they're saying you can't build a mountain out of dirt.
They're two very different things, but yeah, I understand. I understand.
And you grow grass. It's not like it's something.
Oh, it will.
Washing.
It'll grow grass.
Coating, I guess is the word.
It'll solidify pretty good, actually. Yeah. At least that stuff will.
I don't understand why you guys haven't tried to approach that.
Because Congress is broken.
Federal.
Pardon me?
Congress is broken.
Yeah, that's probably
Well,
like all government.
I will take that under advisement, yes, sir. And I think part of our administration is going to be engaging
How high is our landfill?
225 feet.
So if you go half that with a spoil site, think of what the advantage would be.
Yeah, the slopes are the problem. Yeah, truly. Yeah, on that kind of material, it'll be tough. You have equipment sliding all the way down it. But like I say, it's worth the ask. We did ask the Army Corps if we could go above that 20 foot. They would not allow that again and again at Sharps Point, maybe in the future on other sites. But
You said a while ago, the Army Corps, their only responsibility is getting it out of the river.
they're still part of the.
What do they have to do with where it's stored?
They're still part of the permitting process with us as our management facility. Yeah. So we'll if you want to hit back on that, and we'll get to. All right, partnership and goals. All right, there should be the link in this or the next.
If you hit partnership.
All right, and the Zoom link, and we can get our folks in here that have been patiently waiting today. Hopefully they are able to jump on.
They're already in.
Good.
Hit open.
So we just need to open it because we're the organizer. I think Ms. Hurley sent that link out to them. Join from Zoom work, please.
Oh, they're already on. Okay. And you can minimize that. Yeah.
Can you grow crops with it? I mean,
So, thin layer placement on top of farms, if it meets certain criteria, it can be utilized like that, yeah. Yeah.
I just wonder if any farmers would want.
There could be farmers with low-lying land, if they can get the permitting to work, they might be able to. We are talking to a couple of private landowners right now in the county that might be able to come up with some ideas like that.
Is there, I'm sure there's some level of salt content that may
Yeah, the
deter from the farming land application?
especially the Nanaco Harbor stuff and Cedar Hill, that would definitely
Farther down you
preclude it.
go,
But
yeah.
Upper Wicomico, the salinity's not as significant of a concern. But
Adam, is there I think I talked about a little bit of barging, but could we build an island or something?
So,
Permit for an
island restoration, and Maggie Cavey is going to be on the call today as well. She's kind of the beneficial reuse coordinator for the state of Maryland, for Department of Natural Resources. And once an island is gone, you can't rebuild it. If there's an island that's there that can be restored, that's one thing.
We've got a few of those.
There's a few,
There's a
yeah.
few.
There's quite a few out there in the bay. Again,
Close.
these are things we're looking for moving into the future, and that's why we're building partnership with people like this. We've had some great calls. It's not working.
They're there.
in there. They've been in there.
So, okay, hey, there we go. All right.
Can we hear?
I was wondering if anybody, there, wonderful. That's awesome. It's finally starting to load up. I was
Yeah,
wondering if
can you
anybody on the
hear
call
us?
can hear us. Want to do a sound check really quick?
Let us know who they are.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Certainly can, Maggie.
All right, I'll just introduce myself since I'm already talking. My name is Maggie Cavey. I am the beneficial use planner with the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. So happy to join you guys today, and I will turn it over to Isaac.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Appreciate the opportunity to join the team here with council this afternoon. Isaac Hammett. I'm the Baltimore Program Director with the Maryland DC chapter of the Nature Conservancy. I will pass it on to colleagues over at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Bart, you want to go next?
Sure. Bart Wilson, Regional Geomorphologist for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I have responsibilities from Maine to Virginia and work a lot with coastal restoration and beneficial use, especially coordinating with the Corps. And I'll pass it to Sophia.
Nice to see you all. My name is Sophia Siebert, and I am a coastal habitat biologist with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I focus mostly on the eastern shore of Maryland, specifically with private lands restoration.
We're looking to see if Doug Green is on the call. Doug, are you with us? You want to shoot him a text?
He's not listed.
He's
He's not listed in our, he's logged on.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right. We'll give him a text. Doug's with the U.S. Army Corps. So, folks, thank you all so much for again, your willingness to join us this afternoon and your patience as we go through the work session today. What I kind of wanted to do, I'll certainly open it up for the floor for the council for questions. And as they come, if you guys want to throw out what part of that falls into your wheelhouse. Other than that, we just wanted to start at the top and work our way down on what sort of collaborative processes we're working on together between the county and all of your outfits on how we can truly find better solutions for dredge management in the future. So if I want to
Start with Maggie. If you want.
Yeah, I was going to throw that out to Maggie, if you don't mind. Maggie, if you want to start that.
Yeah, so I do just want to reiterate, I've listened to the presentation and Adam had said, this is not a unique problem for your county, and that is true. I want to make sure that that's known, that the default for beneficial or for dredge material management has been to place material upland and then figure it out later. So it's not a unique challenge, but it is something that across the state we're starting to run into more and more issues because we are reaching capacity at these upland facilities. There are opportunities to recover material like we are doing here, and that material can be used for some other thing down the road. But ultimately, what we're looking at is how can we plan more proactively and look at beneficial use opportunities so that every time we come around for the dredging with Doug's unit or with the Army Corps, we have a plan, we have a place, we have a marsh, we have something, we have a plan. So we can plan 20 years down the road. And I know that question came up, but I will say that just
the way dredge material management has been handled in Maryland over the last several decades has been the default of placing things upland. So now we are getting to the point where this is more proactively what we're doing. We're moving towards beneficial use. The challenges with that is a lot of challenges with permitting. And that's because the permitting process for beneficial use projects is very different than the permitting process for dredging itself. So making sure that those things align can be one of those bigger challenges. But in my role at DNR, one of the things is Adam had mentioned the workshop that we did is beneficial use for you, and helping folks look long term and plan more of these regional sediment management kind of strategies longer term. But there's lots of folks working in this realm that are doing the same types of things and helping and trying to get everybody kind of moving all in the same direction. So I don't want to keep talking because I'll talk forever.
Anybody else?
Yeah, sure. I'll jump in as kind of representing the Nature Conservancy here. And I think just for a little bit of context, the Nature Conservancy's mission is to conserve the lands and waters upon which life depends, right? We're a global organization that works to do that in all 50 states and 80 countries around the globe. And one of our key kind of focal areas is the conservation of tidal ecosystems. They provide essential kind of flood risk reduction value to coastal communities and habitat for kind of a broad range of plant and animal species. And I think, as you all know, many of these ecosystems are drowning, right, are kind of losing elevation. And at the same time that across the country, and again, this is, as Maggie said, not a Wicomico problem, but it is a kind of a national problem. We're annually dredging hundreds of millions of cubic yards of sediment at hundreds of millions of dollars of cost. And that same material has the potential to elevate hundreds of thousands of acres of marsh a foot every year, right? And so the challenge that y'all face in terms of aligning dredging with sites is the same problem that from a conservation standpoint, we're looking to align dredging and restoration as a way to provide kind of a valuable solution for both commerce and conservation. And so that's kind of the big picture here, is that if we can align the long-term planning that I've heard many of you ask about this afternoon with the planning for restoration sites, we have an opportunity to really create efficiencies and kind of long-term recurring solutions for both dredge material management and the drowning of kind of the critical habitats that make up so much of the Chesapeake Bay and the places we love. And so my team and I have been working on this issue from Maine to Virginia. Aligns with BART and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife's kind of geography, but the Nature Conservancy is working on doing this across the nation. We're working to support federal legislation and appropriations for dredge material management in support of beneficial use to try and get more of this work aligned on the dredging and restoration side. And we're working to identify kind of opportunity systems, areas where there is both a supply of dredge material and a restoration demand, so that we can kind of focus that effort in places where supply and demand can meet in a way that serves many masters in that way. And in our analysis, we've done this again from Maine to Virginia. The Wicomico has popped for us as a regional focus area that has both a real sediment management challenge, but also a real restoration challenge. And so we see the challenges that you're facing as a kind of call to action. And the Nature Conservancy is incredibly honored to be with the experts here at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and DNR and having done that earlier workshop and look forward to building out a partnership to support y'all and nature in Wicomico County. So I think that's as much as I can say from the Nature Conservancy side, and I pass it to any of our colleagues to kind of continue to offer some perspective on what we're looking to do potentially as a team here.
Yeah, the one thing I'll add is that, the Fish and Wildlife Service, we've worked a lot through our coastal program and Partners for Fish and Wildlife program to kind of implement these types of restoration projects. We have a lot of success stories that have been completed and are upcoming, especially beneficial use. We just worked on a project with the Philadelphia District last year at Sapona Meadows, where we successfully placed 200,000 cubic yards for a marsh restoration project. We have a project at a Chincoteague National Wildlife Refuge working with the Norfolk District, and dredging Chincoteague Inlet that we're working on of kind of creating the dynamic of helping the Army Corps identify locations, but also working on the designs. And I think one of the things we're really committed to the Wicomico Fish and Wildlife Service. We were able to secure some money through Nutria recovery funding, and we're going to be working with Ducks Unlimited to start the design of several sites on the Wicomico. So as you know, these dredging projects are being lined up, we can just directly place that sediment from the channel right on these marsh restoration units along the Wicomico. So I think that's one of the things that you're going to see upcoming is that, you know, trying to work on the designs, working with landowners, find these locations, and just basically have these projects on the shelf ready to go. So when, you know, the dredging's occurring, we have these sites ready to kind of, you know, be restored and, you know, avoid having the sediment going into these upland disposal areas to begin with. So that's kind of one of the things that you're going to see from this team upcoming. And we've been working, you know, a lot with Adam and everyone from his staff to kind of like, how do we kind of get this all to align together? And that's been some of the biggest part of getting the timing, getting the right people in the room. And I think we really have a lot of good momentum to start really building on that for, you know, creating something that it's not, you know, being a little bit more proactive than reactive. And that, and again, I think to what everyone's conversation, that's pretty common across the U.S., that everyone's very reactive to this because of just timing of issues and funding. And so, you know, we're really a concerted effort to try to just work together to kind of get a better system going.
I'll just build off of what Bart said, in that we're really excited about this partnership. It makes a lot of logistical sense when, you know, the last couple of years, we've had these discussions among partners about how are we going to source enough sediment for our projects, to the point where we would even consider dredging in non-navigational areas to source that sediment. So to, you know, meet with Adam last year and find out the problem and how this is coming from you all's perspective, just felt like a really great opportunity to do something that will really align all of our interests together and give us a really great way to solve some of these challenges by looking at this whole system and acting earlier in the chain before this material gets placed on the sites and before it becomes, you know, cost prohibitive for partners like us to take that material and use it for beneficial reuse projects. Thanks for having me.
So where do we think moving forward our target areas might be?
So that, as far as the puzzle pieces are concerned, I got two more pieces of this presentation for dredging. One of them is going to be Miss Samantha Willen from our GIS team is going to come up and give our dashboard presentation so that you can see how we as a group at DPW and Planning and Zoning, along with our partners that are here with us today on both sides of the table and virtually, are able to look and see what properties on the Wicomico River nearby, or maybe not so nearby. Maybe it's Dorchester, maybe it's Somerset, but close to home because your costs go up when you start getting too far away. What do we have on the books that's available for projects? Private landowners, you know, Mr. Bart mentioned Ducks Unlimited. I'm hoping that some of the like-minded hunter conservationists that are out there might say, hey, I'd like to have my property go into a Ducks Unlimited, you know, project. So I'm hoping to hear some phone calls start on that. But yeah, if we can get this working, again, we've got to struggle through our challenges at Sharps Point, but we can lay this kind of roadmap for the future for how we manage dredge. We're going to be in a lot better condition as a county. So that's the goal. With that being said, we can go back to the presentation. I believe the next, the back arrow. I believe the next order of business.
Long-term solutions and goals.
Yeah. Alrighty. All right, I apologize. Yeah, so next up on the list is our gentleman from Coastal Compliance Solutions and RES. They're going to give a presentation really quick on our 5 or 6 pillar, excuse me. It's a 6-pillar project, and we'll try to minimize the Zooms team so we can see the remainder of that roadmap. So we've had a little bit of discussion here and there about the idea of a feasibility assessment on some other strategies. Again, the executive asked me, said, I don't want any stone unturned look at everything. So we've been looking at beneficial reuse on the river, beneficial reuse elsewhere, beneficial reuse outside of our county. And a colleague of mine, Mr. Chris McCabe, sitting next to me, came up to me not that long ago and said, hey, I got an idea to study out how we can take care of some of what's in Sharps Point. Because again, Sharps Point is not a direct placement equation. It's a, what the heck are we going to do with it? All right, so we want to get the best use out of it that we can while we have the chance. Chris McCabe, Chuck, if you guys want to move on with this.
Yeah, can you go back to the title slide real quick, please? So while we're doing that, again, I'd like to say my name's Chuck Hegberg. I'm with, we call it RES, but it's Resource Environmental Solutions. We are the nation's largest ecological restoration company, about 500, almost 1,000 people, $500 million a year, doing projects all across the country. We just finished up the Klamath Dam removals, which were 4 dams. We have a 14,000-acre mitigation site in Texas. We do a number of banks, mitigation banks, and stream restoration. So this is our bread and butter. We've done beneficial use before, whether it's with living shorelines or other projects down in Louisiana. And so we have put together a really good team. I have about 35 years, I should say, I hate to say it, but over 35 years in ecological restoration, and been working on the Chesapeake Bay since the first agreement in 1989. And have experience across mainly east of the Mississippi on a variety of complex projects, but also some international work as well. And so I serve as a senior project consultant with RES, and on this project I'll be the program manager. And with me I have Chris, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, I know most of you guys. Chris McCabe, Coastal Compliance. Live in Wicomico County, work in Wicomico County. So, like I said, I've been working on Wicomico dredge disposal since I was solicited to look at Sharps Point in 2018 the first time, and delivered the not so good news of the environmental restriction. So I have a real excitement to help solve this issue for the county, not only the immediate problem, but the long-term problem.
So real quickly, I'd like to address, not our whole team is here, but Alluvia Consulting, that is led by Ms. Kristen Keene. She used to work for the Maryland Port Authority. She established the innovative use of dredge material and a lot of the programs that were there, including the new part of the STAR facility that they're doing. Again, as I said, you're in the boat with everyone else. They have 9 million cubic yards they have to get rid of every year. So they are luckily able to raise their elevations, but they realize that between the harbor, the islands, they are short on supply. So they're working towards reuse opportunities, including business entities who are taking the material and making products from them. So that is, some of Kristen's expertise, as well as public involvement related to dredging and the business side associated with marketing and so on. I also have a company called Carbon Lockdown. That is Dr. Ning from the University of Maryland. He does carbon storage opportunities. We are looking at that for a number of reasons. The forest industry in Wicomico, and just say the Eastern Shore in general in Maryland, is depressed. There's a lot of unmerchantable wood that's available. So there's opportunity to create carbon storage as part of these projects that could help offset some of the costs associated with the use. And what you get out of that is economics for forestry, as well as healthier forests. So that's his expertise. He does it all around the world. And then EPR, Brian Sipe, is our forester. He is the president or executive director of the Sustainable Forestry in Maryland, the nonprofit there. And so he would be working with Dr. Ning and those aspects of looking at it. So with that, we'll just go ahead and go forward. But that's our team for this project. Go next slide. So as Adam was saying, we sort of put this together. I mean, first off, this is a roadmap. Again, the master plan. How do we look at?
If you stay further away from the mic, it won't cut out.
Thank you.
Help you out there.
It's a roadmap. It's not implementing anything. It's identifying where you would go as part of implementation on the steps. So all of the concepts that were discussed by the folks online would be included in the process. It would all come in together. So you've got the program development. As Adam said, it's just sort of a reactive, responsive approach, but this would be more planned out. Okay, what do we got each year that would address the financial components that you all are looking at, the dredging cycle, when is the material ready to move to another use or opportunity? So you would have that program development and the engagement, and meaning engagement with your partners and engagement with the public. It's to try to get information. Pillar 2 is to evaluate opportunities or better management on Sharps Point as far as moving the material and how to cycle that. Pillar 3 is the dredge beneficial reuse. Again, we were talking about thin layer placement. We were talking about a lot of different uses of the dredge material. That's where we would get into what are some of the more innovative approaches to using the dredge material. Pillar 4 is that portfolio, the future sites. Adam brought that up on the GIS mapping, taking an inventory and prioritizing those sites to say, well, here's the ones you need to look at first and how you can move forward with it. And that could cover shorelines, it could cover, again, farmers may want some, but that's going to be when you think 500 to 1 million cubic yards, that's a lot of material to try to hand out to farmers or anybody else. So you got to come up with other ways. The pits to marsh, that is using sand and gravel pits. They are already permitted. We've already walked through the process and discussion with all the Maryland and federal regulatory agencies on it. If they're not connected to the waters of the U.S., there's no Army Corps permit. So the type of utilizing those, if they're under a reclamation, they have not been reclaimed yet, or if there's an opportunity to convert them to something else, then the agencies are fine with it. They call it it's a beneficial use, a for benefit use. So far we have not heard from one Maryland agency that was against it. Mine reclamations for it, Army Corps, MDE, the various departments of MDE. So that would be looking at, identifying the various pits that are there that are empty, or not empty, but available for use. They'll use both for the wood as a carbon storage, as well as the sediment that would go in with it. There's a lot of processes going on around the world doing innovative approaches like this. England is very proactive. I say Maryland, we were discussing it today. I forgot the name. Sands Road in Anne Arundel County, largest mitigation bank that Maryland did, was a sand and gravel. I did an 85-acre site over here on the Eastern Shore as part of the 301 project. So there are opportunities to reutilize areas that would be considered not reclaimed per se and permitted. And then the final pillar is the port economic market significance. Now, you have already essentially applied to get the significance, but there's also a lot of marketing. There's not really a cohesion to the ports itself. It's talked that way, but there's a bunch of different companies. And trying to get more of a, how do you brand it? How do you market it? How do you start doing these other things so people know about it? I don't believe there's even a website for any of it. So looking at the low-hanging fruit from that aspect, while the larger aspects of the core and stuff that Adam talked about were being pursued. So essentially, we are looking at a short-term all the way through to long-term and putting this roadmap together in a plan. So if you go to the next slide, unless you want to add anything to it.
We have one question.
Yes, sir.
You have two questions. Go ahead.
While we're here on that slide, obviously, Pillar 4 is dead on arrival for mentioning Conley Mill. I guess, is there another substitute place, or is that Pillar 4 only tied to the dead on arrival Conley Mill?
Any inventory of pits we have in the county.
Okay.
Wongo, the Newland Park landfill, any pit that we have.
Gotcha.
There's one of the largest privately owned sand and gravel pits is over near Mardella. Has anybody ever approached them about Howard?
Cheney.
Howard. It was Howard. I think somebody
Cheney,
else has
yeah.
bought it now.
Cheney.
But anyway, is that approachable about possibly partial fill-in or?
We can get there. We've actually been contacted by some owners of pits already.
Okay.
So we're going to bring, again, we wanted to present all this information to you today and just show you how many different pathways there are to choose from. but we'll definitely be getting.
Supposedly, a lot of that material, not the material we have, a lot of material they have are supposed to go toward the building of the new Key Bridge, making of the concrete. So there's going to be a large
Even bigger hole.
excavation of material out of there in the next few years.
Those are all in play as part of Pillar 4 is to,
So-
we need to have a plan, and that's what we're proposing, is to get a plan to kind of dispel, what does this cost? What does that cost? Is this feasible? Is this even permittable? I mean, the beneficial dredge reuse, thin layer placement, and any of the shoreline restoration, that just takes time. So this plan is going to go from today to into the future and fix those stop gaps along the way. So we hopefully don't get in the situation again.
So I don't want to keep beating the drum about this 20-foot height you've got at Sharps Point, but I was just reading online where they dredged some of the C&D Canal in the Upper Bay, and they built an island that's 35 to 45 foot above water level. How come we're?
The reason
So
why
can you
Sharps
answer
Point
that would be good.
Well, the reason why Sharps Point, it's not that it can't be built up. The problem is you have to have a 3-to-1 slope as part of that berm. So when you bring it up, the slope gets longer, your footprint goes into the wetland area, so you have to get a permit and you have to mitigate for it. So that's why.
You didn't tell me that.
Well, part of the 31-acre expansion would have included that, and that's the reason for the wetlands issue.
So if you had enough land, you could build it 45 or 50 foot.
And that's in Pillar 2, right? So
Exactly.
part of Pillar 2 is going to be, what does that look like? And then we'll have those options. Does the county want to pursue making it taller or widening the footprint? And what's that cost? Does it cost, what's the mitigation cost to offset the 2-to-1 wetland impact? I mean, those things will be in the feasibility.
Is the slope different on that than it is on the landfill?
We try to almost maintain a 3-to-1 there as well. We do have parts that are not as steep or a little steeper, but yeah, 3-to-1's the rule of thumb. Yeah, just like it is at the Allen site where we piled it all up, that's 3-to-1 as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Conley Mills in the Pillar 4 is because it's like, futuristic. I mean, you still got 15, 20 years of mining that's available out there still. So it doesn't really make sense. Whereas Newland is sitting there and it's one that the county owns.
Currently in Newland Park at our pit, we literally, I was talking to Long Stick Excavator this morning. We may be back there in that section before we move on to the Pods property for another 2 weeks. And we're done mining back there.
You at one time, somebody sitting at your table mentioned using this for cover at the landfill.
We will, so Allen, the stuff that's stockpiled at Allen, it's been approved for intermediate cover. So we will be eventually utilizing it there, yes.
I happen to have
We just can't get rid of it so fast doing it that way. That's the only problem.
done a little bit of research and bumped into Weston Young, and he said that had been attempted. I don't know if that's true or not. And that the consistency of this product being silt, it just basically evaporated. It ran off like water. So I think that thought has, correct me if I'm wrong, that has been tried.
Wes and I have talked about this before, and Dave Candy and I talked about it recently as well. So you've got to be careful when you use it, okay? You have to make sure you watch your weather, and effectively, as soon as you get it down and tamped down with your dozer tracks, you need to come right back over it with topsoil again. But it is still useful, and I can tell you for a fact that you think about the way that it was built at Allen, and go down there and see that and how tight that is, even after several major precipitation events now, it's held up pretty well. The only thing you can't do with it is, if you put her down and you track it down and stabilize it by mechanical operation, if it rains, you can't touch it again for quite some time. But again, if you plan it right, where you have 3 or 4 days of good clear weather, and you run 20 truckloads into the landfill, you cover a side slope, then you put topsoil over that the next day, you're fine.
I think the technical term is muck.
Yeah,
That's
what it is.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Silt.
I think 95% of our responsibility, 98% of our responsibility is to listen to our constituencies and pay attention to what they want, what they don't want.
Sure.
Conley Mill, I think, is off the books based on the fact that we have recognized loud and clear that that really is not an option for Wicomico County based on that one circumstance alone.
Okay.
I think we really have to take that into consideration.
Understood.
In other words, what he's saying, don't put that up there on the board anymore.
Can Allen accept any more, or are we height and slope restricted?
No, Allen can only accept what it can accept. Yeah, it's fully out. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. We have a large inventory of possible pits in the county. So, and again, we've got a lot of material that's already at Newland Park. or well, it's closer. We'll have another 50,000 coming right next door pretty quick. Allen,
There's no environmental impact to this, is there?
So you want to make sure you safeguard against that. That due diligence has to be done, regardless of where it goes. Whether the landfill is obviously a relatively controlled site. But the pit to marsh strategy at the landfill, for example, think about the reason that the landfill's pit is as crystal blue as it is because of the geologic formation it sits over top of. We already have significant monitoring that goes on there anyway. For your beneficial reuse guidelines from the state, it has to meet certain tiers based on its chemical constituency, right? Does it has semi-volatile organic compounds in it, volatile organic compounds, heavy metals at significant concentrations? All those things have to go into your assessment, whether it's us doing a marsh restoration effort with Ducks Unlimited, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, whether it's doing a pit to marsh strategy. All those things have to be covered to ensure that we are protective of public health and the environment, and will be.
How safe are we in Wicomico County with the paleo channel? Because that's always a discussion that comes up.
Certainly.
How protected it may be and how destructive these soils could possibly be.
So the paleo channel obviously is very, very close to ground surface, geologically speaking, as far as an aquifer of use that is used for potable source in Maryland. And that's why it's so important to be protected. I always use the most clear present example of why Royal Farms, where it is out there at the bottom of the bypass, is an above ground storage tank facility. Mm-hmm. For the most part, Royal Farms would rather have their tanks underground. If I was going to build a gas station, I would too. It takes up a lot less space. That was because of the paleo channel. It's not worth taking the risk with petroleum. One protective measure about the paleo channel, however, is its velocity underground. That aquifer's its actual force underground as far as its mobility is extreme high velocity. So shallow impacts that you do have from whatever intensification of land surface you've got, whether it's farming, industrial, whatever, they don't impact it as easy, right, as if you were to have a fractured rock geology on the western shore where you have a major petroleum release or you have a long-term some kind of industrialization of a site and then it immediately hits a fissure and there's nothing there to stop it. There's no soil there. It's just rock fragment and fissures going all the way down to the water source. It's a little bit different. But yeah, you've got to take it into consideration. Think about where the landfill is actually situated in comparison. Actually, that's one of the reasons that we're required not only as a landfill, but it's a good idea to do is regular groundwater analysis to make sure that you are not impacting your neighbors. Which actually is funny, EA is actually on our property today doing our semi-annual groundwater assessment as we speak.
And even better news too, as Mr. Hastings said earlier, the dredge material coming out of the Wicomico River is not like the dredge material coming out of the harbor or coming out of the Anacostia River. I mean, the soil samples we've seen is there's not even a blip on the radar screen as far as heavy metals or mercury or anything.
No SVOCs, no VOCs.
No VOCs.
No PCBs.
And so it's actually comforting to know that material, we're also eating the crabs out of there and eating the fish and all that. That's good to know as far as a contamination potential. It's not there. It's not like, the material that was put on Poplar Island, for instance, from,
In talking to some folks, the material that goes to Poplar Island, and I think that's an MES project, if I'm not mistaken. I visited there a long time ago. But they're dredging down 50-some feet as opposed to 13 feet up until Wicomico.
Yep.
Therefore, they're getting sand. It's sand. It's not the consistency of the material that we're talking about at all. It's totally different, is what my understanding is.
It's a mix, but it gets down into that sand. And also, too, at a cost of so far $1.4 billion to build the Poplar Island. So pretty extensive.
Wow.
And as they continue to,
Absolutely, and expanding that north end going towards Eastern Bay.
With the material to an abandoned quarry.
Sir?
How about taking the material?
Well, that's kind of what we were talking about
That's
here.
what we're talking about with the pits.
Yeah, the pits, reclaiming a pit. Whether it's Newland Park surface mine, whether it's a private surface mine owner that decides, hey, I'm done here, I'm ready to reclaim it. Absolutely.
I just Googled it. There's 12 or 14 in the state of Maryland.
Yeah, that's
Abandoned quarries.
Not even abandoned quarries, any quarry that's out there, surface mining, you have to have a reclamation plan. So whether we're talking about the landfill, Corey, that's adjacent to the landfill, there has to be some kind of reclamation where we're bringing in either outside soil materials or we're utilizing the materials from the dredging. So, I mean, it's cost effective in that sense as well.
Instead of having to
Instead
import
of
material that you
importing.
don't already own,
Yeah.
use what you got.
In my current business, I do between 10, 15 service mining operations, permit them, license them, hauler's license, reclamation plan, ENS plans. And I would say 65% of those have been approved by MDE to accept dredge material at the mine, at the service mine. So it's common practice. It's going into those service mines anyway. It's just as part of Pillar 5 in our feasibility study, we're looking to try and monetize that, if you will, for the county.
They don't have to close the mines down. They can just fill on one end
Correct.
and mine on the other end.
So
or-
they have cells just like the landfill, just
So
on the flip side.
Adam, at the Wango site, do we have excavated material that can still be moved
Yes.
out of that site?
Yeah, actually-
Before we start backfilling it? If
Yeah.
we decided to start backfilling it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can. And so in that respect, though, the Newland Park landfills pit would make more sense first. Because that pit, we're done with, and it's much, much larger. You know, Wango's not as big, obviously. We're up to 65 or so plus acres now with the borrow pit at the landfill.
You're talking about the ponds themselves are that big?
Correct.
At Wango?
No, at Newland Park.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it makes more sense to go there first because we're truly done there. Wango still has potential. And it's kind of teeter-tottering on that one to be. Roads Division can utilize it more for their purposes. For it's got more clay in it, frankly, so they can utilize that a little bit more for road construction and repair on crossings and so forth. But the other part about Newland Park is, as this feasibility study under Pillar 5 will address, is we still, and you'll hear this because we still have to get to Cell 7 as well, stormwater management. So Newland Park landfill's borrow pond is also part of our stormwater management, right? So it would still serve a dual purpose. Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. And you might even be able to build that into the design, and that's why the facilities is so important.
Yeah, we took that into account in Pillar 5 for whichever target we have.
Right.
And the wetlands you build or water quality benefit,
Absolutely.
there's a lot of carbon sequestration opportunity as well as carbon storage. Those are two different things, but one of the aspects is looking at whether or not you can have compensatory mitigation opportunity for projects that the county may impact and need permitting for. So that's something you may want to touch on.
Similar to the mitigation credits that the airport had to buy from Maple Dam. You know, if we were able to, in a perfect world, beneficial reuse of dredge material, create compensatory wetland mitigation, the next airport project or any county project, we already have the credits, so we don't have to go out and buy them.
So the key is to take a pit that's just done and find multiple uses and revenue opportunities associated with it while solving a long-term problem with dredge material. That's the ultimate goal.
That I stole from him, stacking efficiencies, right? Let's find ways that we can stack efficiencies to not only save money, but maybe make some through the carbon market.
Right. You're good in that. Yeah, thank you. This one's yours.
Yeah, so we've hit on this. I don't want to be redundant, but, you know, the Sharps Point Dredge Basin is at its maximum footprint capacity by right. We would need to go through a very audacious permitting exercise in order to expand it. But what I just said earlier about stacking efficiencies, if we find a place to take the material and we beneficially reuse it, we create compensatory mitigation for the wetland impacts that we would have for Sharps Point Dredge Basin to then be expanded. So you can see how this can kind of morph into growing to create, you know, a better benefit. But otherwise, you know, we pretty much spoke about what how we're hamstrung at Sharps Point to grow it.
And the other thing too is look at new technologies that might allow for more storage in there, whether it's the stacking of, you got your dikes, your sides, but maybe geotubes stacked up higher, right? So that's pumping, and then you got the weight of the geotubes pressing water out of the bottom ones. and accelerating the amount of dewatering. That's exactly what the Maryland Port Authority is doing right now. I mean, they're the longest geotubes I've ever seen stacked up for their dredging right now. So there's a lot of different things you can do. It's just a matter of evaluating them and seeing what might give you the better capacity at the best cost. So
That's what this feasibility assessment is all about. So,
and I think we have one more
slide.
So this is what we've been talking about with the pits to marsh, sort of a graphical aspect of it. The key is to combine the forest industry and the carbon market with the sediment, the dredge material, stacking them together. The goal is to look for an opportunity to build market in the voluntary and or state carbon market. There's a number of data centers and a number of large corporate companies that are voluntarily buying carbon credits to offset their demands. And this is a very good way to get forest management, a sustainable forest management way.
Yeah.
DNR Forestry is on board. We've talked to them. They're very excited about this because there's a need to get the forest managed and getting the unmerchantable wood to some kind of use. So this allows us to do that with the sediment being placed in around it. It can be, volume spacing of wood to sediment can be adjusted. But ultimately, you have a stable structure. Think Venice. You got a stable structure that you could either put a marsh on, you could reforest, you can end up putting solar fields on it, something that would be a beneficial reuse from an industrial or commercial site. And then the slash from the wood would be, generated into what's, called a carbon, a recalcitrant or biochar that has water quality benefits. It's to think of it as an activated carbon that can be used in stormwater. So there's a variety of ways, as Chris was talking about, the stacking of it while you're solving other problems. There are markets that can help potentially offset some of the costs associated with doing this work. And it's very simple. That's where Dr. Ning from the University of Maryland would be participating in developing the plan on how we move forward with that type of opportunity.
And as a lifelong yard waste deliverer at the landfill, in my mind, I went to everybody's bringing this woody product to the landfill that we grind and use for mulch or cover or whatever. I mean,
More than we can handle.
yeah, more than they want to handle it.
Yeah,
at best.
without a doubt.
We have that material. We just Newland Park cover carbon credit. We saw, it's more of that stacking of efficiencies that we're talking about.
Is that amount of unusable wood residuals, whatever you want to call it, that impactful from a volume standpoint? That's news to me.
The thinning.
That it's actually building up that much, or overall that there's that much waste that needs to be
Thinning from
somehow,
forestry operations.
somehow handled.
If you think about it, the wood slash from a timber project is sitting there, right?
Everywhere, just lays there.
Carbon, we're able to capture that. I mean, we're helping the environment, but we're also monetizing it.
The volume is what I'm trying to get my head.
Oh, yeah, the
around.
volumes-
Maybe I'm sure I am.
Yeah, no, the wood volume in Wicomico and Dorchester, I mean, you guys are the, breadbasket or the wood basket of Maryland next to Charles County and then Western Maryland. So with the mills closing down and the value of the wood dropping, the owners they can't, normally thinning and getting the timber out pays for that operation to get healthier stands. But they aren't getting anything, so it's just, as they say, stored on the stump, and you're not getting healthy forests. And then you're at risk of disease, and you're at risk to storm throws and damage, and then, they become weaker and lower quality trees because of not managing them.
And on top of that is the issue of, it's not an issue, it's just a fact, is, a mindset change in the poultry houses to go to miscanthus grass versus wood chips. That's a huge hit. We take our timber industry and go to miscanthus grass, which, I'm agnostic in the process, one way or the other, but it's the fact that there will be lower costs because there's not a need for it.
But it sounds like you're talking about existing stands of timber that require some type of maintenance and clean out. That's what I think you're saying. My mental picture was the waste that was going to the landfill.
That's both.
We use some of that.
Combination of both.
And again, I'm going back to a significant volume that matters to this whole equation. That's my questioning. So
there's significant wood waste. from both the landfill and from just the forest management.
Okay, the forest management one is that I'm not aware of.
Right.
That there's that much.
Drive by any recent cut that you've seen.
Yeah.
And look at how much material is laying there that it's not marketable, or how many pulpwood forests. The hunting lease I have is just like that, and they're just stacked on top of each other. So you have this just choked out, slow growth. Versus if that forestry company could come in and thin. Now, what are you going to do with that material, right? That's why Chuck just
You're
said it.
saying thin, though. Bear with me.
Yeah.
You're talking about a cut plot of land that's already the trees have been harvested.
No. I'm either or. You could have a clear cut, and then the non-marketable material, that's your slash, or you have a standing pulp forest, for example, or standing hardwood timber, and you're coming through and thinning it. Right.
I'm focusing on the thinning to enhance the good stock, but also have a sustainable forest. So it's not clear cutting unless it's all invasive. Then you take it out.
But is that something that's happening routinely now and creating that waste that you're talking about? Because I'm not aware of it. That's all.
It's not happening as much as it should because there's no market for it.
Okay.
So the landowner can't pay to have the companies come in and thin it.
Yeah, and the sawmills have gone away.
Exactly.
But again, the feasibility plan, that's what this will map out. It'll map out all the efficiencies and all, revenue and cost offsets, really.
They could haul all that and put it in, that'd be the state or the federal, I mean, you're talking about a huge cost to, it don't seem very cost efficient to haul scrap wood, dump it in a marsh somewhere.
Well, at first, it's not a marsh, it's a pit. It's weird.
Whatever.
But the point being is that it's that voluntary market that there's a very big demand. I mean, I can't speak for the client that I'm working for, but they happen to own a pit, and it's exactly what they want to do as part of the carbon offsets. And so there's Maryland has their carbon offset goals, their storage goals, reduction, I should say. And then you've got the private sector that's probably more robust market than the states. So there are markets for it, and you can, it gets complex, but you can pre-sell credits and so on for things once they're approved to be on the market.
Ed? Mm-hmm. All right, we'll go on to the next slide, I believe.
I think that's about it, really.
Yep, and we're going to...
I'm going to read those real quick.
Oh, yeah, all right. So while we were talking, unfortunately, Mr. Doug Green from the U.S. Army Corps was not able to join us, but he did email. Heather's going to give you just the update on that real quick, and then we'll move on to Samantha.
Bear with me, I'm just seeing this. So the Army Corps of Engineers, Baltimore District, supports placement site for the Upper Wicomico River dredging project. We appreciate the county's progress on material removal and anticipate that a contract for Phase 2 will be secured soon. To meet the project's timeline, the Corps requires approximately 250,000 cubic yards of material to be removed from the Sharps Point site by mid-June 2026, with a total of at least 300,000 cubic yards removed by October 2026. The Corps is scheduling a new condition survey of the Wicomico River. However, the most recent survey showed a need to remove approximately 400,000 cubic yards to return the channel to its authorized depth. We understand that removing the volume of material from Sharps Point by October 2026 is a monumental task. If this goal is not met, the Corps will work with the county to prioritize key areas in the Upper Wicomico River, ensuring the channel remains safe and navigable for commercial, recreational, and emergency vessels. The Corps Navigational Branch is looking forward to its continued work with Wicomico County on the dredging project. Heather Langford, Adam Corey, and their team should be commended for excellent and proactive efforts to ensure Sharps Point site is ready for dredged material in the fall of 2026. Their vision is instrumental in effectively managing this material, not just in the short term, but for years to come. We are actively working with them on other partners to create comprehensive dredging material management plan that will provide the county with a long-term, safe, cost-effective, and sustainable strategy. Which I will just end with, we do have a plan that myself and Adam have received, and we're reviewing for their long-term as well, that we're compiling and working concurrently on with the Corps.
Okay. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, so much.
Thank you to all of you for your time today. Thanks to the administration and the staff for being proactive as the Wicomico County taxpayers.
Stay here till they're done.
Yeah, thank you.
We very much appreciate you taking the time, both of you, to be here with us.
Adam, I thought,
Thank you.
wasn't that deadline a lot sooner than that, what she just read in 26? I thought it was.
Well, what you just read was the part about the intermediary step in June, and then October of 2026 is when they would effectively have contract
You
secured.
came to us for that money, what?
Yes, we
I thought
already,
it was-
yeah,
I
we
thought it-
discussed this earlier in the work session. Unfortunately, we did come to you for that, because that was the goal,
Yeah.
was to get 100,000 cubic yards out, and Army Corps was going to come in immediately following that during that next scheduled session, would have been October again.
I think April 15th is when we came to you.
Yeah.
And April 17th, they sent
They
an
pulled.
email saying,
We can't do it.
hey, we're not doing this.
Yeah.
And it was a big
That was
hit.
a gut punch.
So we did the best and got it moving, got the first 100,000 cubic out, first
But you're right,
100,000 cubic yards out.
that's how that happened. Yeah, we were headed to, yeah, so Samantha Willman from,
Maggie and Isaac, they're still on the Zoom, or they're gone?
no, I think they've all left now. I believe they all,
Okay.
tapped out, so, thank you. Maggie, do you want to sit here? Or is she able to sit up there and utilize the dashboard? Because it's her product.
There's a URL. Am I able to sit there and kind of navigate it?
Yeah, it's the URL in the PowerPoint.
Yep, it's right in the highlighted.
Grab this, Joe, yeah, slide that one around.
It can be Josh.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Samantha Willman. I am the GIS specialist with Planning, Zoning, and Community Development with the county. My role in this project is to help Public Works identify areas within close distance to the Wicomico River. And so using GIS, I was able to do a spatial analysis that helped identify these areas and open space that we could look at for potential dredge spoil sites. So I created a website using Esri's Experience Builder, and within this site I have, let's see. So what you see right now on the map, let me try to. So the blue sites are county-owned property within this 5-mile distance of the river. The brown sites are current and past dredge sites that were used. I worked with Adam and Heather to create that data and to put it on this dashboard for us. So on this site, you can look at parcels that are within this 5-mile buffer. I used spatial analysis to figure out open space within these parcels. So I took the total acreage of the parcel, subtracted it by the area of woodland within that, and then that gave me my total sum acreage of open space. And so something that I added to this as a tool to help with making it more custom and applicable to what someone is looking for, you can use the filter tool to go for parcels within the 5-mile buffer. You can create a clause to help you identify areas that you might be interested in. So if it is something that I've been looking at, if it's between 20 and 40 acres of open space as a potential dredge spoil site. So if we look at 20 to 40, you can go more.
I just wondered
Yeah.
what was the reason.
It was
behind
just,
I understand 20, I
yeah.
understand the bottom because there's not enough room, but,
Mhm.
so.
It was just something when I was talking to my supervisor that we would, as a starting gate, let's look at 20 to 40. When I was talking to the county administration team, we were like, oh, can we drill in more? And I created this layer and the filter that allowed us to look at everything and what you might want to look at when we are going through this. Apply, and now we see, let me remove this. Now we see parcels that are 20 to 40 acres within this study area. Something that we also can look at is the restricted areas. We talked a lot about that, Adam and Heather has, and the team. So we have wetlands of special state concern in red, sensitive species project review areas, rural legacy, and protected land. So now you can kind of see how those open spaces that are available are shrinking with your limitations that are placed on it. And then something that's really neat too, we talked a lot about distance. What's the distance from the dredge site to another dredge site? So we have a measure tool, and we can look at if we're going right here in the river. There we go. To this dredge space, we can change if we want to do miles or whatever, what works best. That's 1.56 miles from that point in the river to that dredge area. And if we need to move it to the next one, the total, let's see, clear measurement. We're looking from this dredge space to this one, that's a little bit more than half a mile. So this dashboard is very interactive. It is customizable. Or something that is also very nice with our partnership with the Nature Conservancy is that we were able to use their data that they did on marsh benefits. So let's clear some of this out. Oops. So Nature Conservancy did a marsh unit suitability for beneficial use study. It extends from, I think, from the north to Virginia. The only limitation with this is that it does not include the upper Wicomico River or the middle area of the river. It's only on the lower. But it shows you where most beneficial use is. So we can see it's about 51 to 60. I'm not sure on what units that is, but it's right here, and that's also wetlands and protected area too. But we have, so you have that one parcel that's right here, and then we're just able to see the account ID, acres, woodlands, open space, and it's 28.16 acres.
Is that brown spot? What is that?
That is a dredge site.
That's an old dredge.
That's Bull Lips.
That's Bull Lips.
Yeah. And then, of course, that's Ellis Bay Wildlife Management Area. The other two brown spots just down from Bull Lips are two very small bermed. They were really, really small. They're not more than a couple acres each.
Yes, that's the dashboard that I created. Is there any questions?
So you can't use marshland, or you can
You
use
could. You
marshland?
could use marsh restoration, sure. And that's part of what really nice, the TNC, the Nature Conservancy, worked with Samantha after our big meeting that we had about giving her that data that she could add to her dashboard. Now, of course, the reason there's not up into the middle and upper portions of the Wicomico is marsh typically needs more saline environment to exist, right? Difference between a marsh and a swamp. That's why you've got the marsh starting down there. When you get to the mouth of the Wicomico, you've got actual salt marsh habitat. So marsh and salt marsh restoration is certainly something that all of those groups that you heard from earlier are interested in. Deal Island, for example, was the most recent one that we did do. Although it was an impoundment, which means it had already been altered by man, it was still a thin layer overspray to raise the elevation. So yes, projects like that for sure. The one thing that becomes an issue with Ellis Bay is the fetch that comes in there from the wind. So if you are going to do something like shoreline restoration, and me and Mr. Frank McKenzie looked at that very early on, because there's God knows how many hundreds of acres of shoreline restoration you could do from Ellis Bay that's retreated based on erosion. It's just you're going to have to harden that shoreline before you restore it. So is it better to go back in the marsh and restore that first? You know what I mean? Because you're not going to lose it to erosion quicker. That's probably the way to go. And then see how we go from there with our plans for the future. But the good news is that Samantha and her team really applaud you guys, because this is pretty awesome. They put together a dashboard very quickly, effectively. Once this thing is tweaked, the goal, I don't want to share this out, but the goal is to effectively have this be a public facing dashboard as well for use across the county for a whole bunch of stuff.
So we have no opportunity anywhere on the Somerset County side.
Not necessarily. This just covered that section. There is potentially still areas on the Somerset side we could utilize, yes.
What do we have on the Somerset side?
So there's still Salt Marsh down there as well, part of Fairmount Wildlife Management Area, and all that comes into play as well with Salt Marsh Restoration, Ellis.
Do we have
Menai
any spoil sites there now?
That we've used, Deal Island.
Yeah.
But of course, that's
Talking
farther
about
south.
up the river, so Upper River.
Up our river, yes. So Cooper Road.
On the Somerset side.
On the Somerset side. Not that I know of.
Okay.
Now, Cooper Road is one that, again, it's another one that was used. It's just south on the river of Sharps Point. You see where Pirate Wharf's located. We got some other county-owned properties that are there around it. It's just, what do you want to use? And what's the most beneficial reuse that's going to be the most cost-effective? And again, not having to move it more than once. Dredge it and place it immediately instead of this, that's just,
Twice.
yeah.
So that's a lot of good work. That's very impressive.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, very impressive. Thank you, Samantha.
Wow.
Thank you, Samantha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool dashboard. If you play with that thing, there's a lot of info in there. Really is. So I think that is the last slide on that presentation. We'll go ahead and jump into cell 7.
You get 10 minutes.
A break, you say?
No, I say you have 10 minutes.
10 minutes, 10-4. All right, we'll get it. We got a little bit longer slides than that, but yeah, we'll do our best to keep it short.
Just because you mentioned whatever thin layer placement just a second ago,
Yeah.
thinking about, this is such a massive project and trying to drill down till you can figure out what the most or least cost way to handling it.
Right.
But thin layer placement has got its own logistical problems, I'm sure, because you're talking about somehow moving that
And trying to
into
keep
that
it to
slurry
get it to stay.
across a lot of acreage.
Well, yeah.
So I would naturally think water is the best
Without a
way to
doubt.
go rather than land in
Yes.
the trucking cost. But I'm also thinking about that aspect. Have you
So most,
cursory thought about that?
yes, so most of the thin layer projects, thin layer overspray projects, D-line was done by pipeline in water. That was an extremely long pipeline.
I wondered about that.
Yeah, very long. I think it was one of the longest ones
Yeah.
that they may have done, period, in this region. But either you find projects that are closer. Okay, like I'll just give you a little hint there. When she clicked on wetlands of special state concern or sensitive areas, there was 2 red zones, pretty decent size, right there by Pemberton Historical Park. That marsh is a critical marsh, and it's one of the ones that's on TNC's, I'll say for lack of a better term, hit list. It checks all the boxes for being this really awesome marsh that could stand to be revitalized. Will that take 100,000 cubic yards of material? No. The point I'm trying to make is that's an immediate dredge to placement, right?
Yeah.
Instead of trucking it, instead of truly barging it anywhere, your barge unit is then just
right there.
spraying it up there.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff we'd like to find.
Yeah.
The nut that's hardest to crack is, can you find one that's large enough to accommodate the Wicomico's needs? Because every time you run that dredge cycle, you're talking about 100,000 cubic yards, give or take. It's not small.
I was wondering about that's one cycle. Like there's 3 different.
Yeah.
Three different.
Yeah.
But because I thought I just heard that the next dredge season or whatever was going to produce 300,000?
It could produce up to 400. And the reason being is that we've been skipped 3 cycles.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep.
So, but 100,000 is a typical, if it were
a typical rotation.
Staying on rotation. Yeah.
Correct. But like, our folks and friends from the Army Corps, Army Corps wasn't on the call, but U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and everybody else is having these projects ready to go. In the hopper, preliminary permitting's done. That way, when you get 6 months into your season, you're talking to Army Corps. Army Corps says we're going to do the next stretch. We say, okay, we can put 30 here, 10 there, 7 here, 15 here, so on and so forth until you come up to the 100,000 per rotation. That's the idea. Yeah. That's in theory.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
For now.
All right. Yeah, right. Get Superintendent of Administrative Operations, Mr. Darrell Kolar, as well, please. And last part.
Best for last.
And I think you need to, we'll take that. Oh, you're going to do it on that. Okay, 10-4.
Got it, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Hello, Jessica Hunter, Superintendent of Administrative Operations.
Get Adam Corey, you know me, so.
Darrell Kolar with EA Engineering, Science and Technology.
All right, so we'll start off today with an update for you. I'm going to go back to that first slide really quick. Please, I'm sorry.
That's real pretty. Right now, it's not that pretty.
Yeah, so go ahead, Jess.
No, it's not green.
No, it's white right this minute,
Yeah.
unless it melted this afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
Jess going to start us off here with the initial part of our presentation, and then we'll go through some most recent updates, including our volumetric analysis, where we stand moving into the future, and obviously the big questions that you need answered on where we stand with getting the permit and construction underway, so forth. So
We're starting first with MDE engagement.
yeah. So, all right. Anyway, we all know where Cell 7 is. If you don't know by now, Cell 7 is at the corner of Naylor Mill and Brick Hill Road. It is the final cell in our footprint of Newland Park before we go to horizontal expansion. And we will be touching on horizontal expansion today as well. Next slide, please. One of the updates we wanted to bring everybody to today is it's very much timely for what we're talking about, but that is where we stand on the design, submission, and approvals, and getting this thing out for bid. As of December 8th, I believe it is 9th. Excuse me. I'm getting my days confused. Oh, yep. So you can click on that one more time. It should come up with our timeline. All right, in June of 2025. So back in April, you may have remembered that our primary leachate containment vessel, leachate vessel number 1, had a secondary failure, went into our leak detection. MDE obviously got involved. Happy to report that's been all up and done, completely redone. So we're ready to rock and roll. While that was taking place, we had the entire team of the engineering and construction division of MDE come down in June. At that point, remember what percentage we were in our Cell 7 design, but either way, we reviewed it of what we had with MDE while on site, and we started to work together on what that guidance was going to look like, what our turnaround time on preliminary comments was going to look like. So anyway, on October 14th, MDE received 100% Cell 7 design. We'll go to the next. On October 22nd, our whole team, including Darrell, our environmental compliance technician, we all rode up to Baltimore and met with their team, including the chief of that division, to do a few things. Number one, let's make sure we're all on the same page as far as Cell 7 is concerned, because Cell 7, again, we need it really bad. It is a relatively small cell, speaking, and it's a sister or spitting image of what's already there. It's nothing, we're not reinventing the wheel. So we wanted to impress upon MDE, again, how much we need this timely review, timely turnaround, and we were effectively told we're going to try to get back to you by Thanksgiving. Unfortunately, that didn't come, but we did press very hard.
They did tell us we were first in line.
Yes, we were first in line. So we did receive those comments back on December 9th. So we have addressed and reviewed those preliminary comments. My goal is to get this up on OpenGov for RFP, request for proposal RFP, request for bid next week to have that up. Now, the stormwater management portion that I showed you a little bit earlier on the slide just before, under MDE's guidance, we separated out the stormwater management construction aspect of this from the cell itself. That was under their guidance after talking to them because of the time crunch we're under. It's the thought process of you can have two projects running at the same time on the same property, but you're not having one contractor being tied up with how am I going to get my dynamic compaction and excavation completed while I'm also doing the stormwater management. Now, you might have contractors out there that are going to do both at the same time, plenty of equipment and manpower. You might hire somebody that doesn't. It also gives us the ability to potentially look at vendors that are not as large when it comes to either aspect. Either way, stormwater management part is already on OpenGov. What day did that go up on OpenGov? 11.
It's in the slot. We have it in.
Oh, we do have it in the slide. All right, so moving on, one of the things we remind you of is that the landfill did not have an aerial survey performed for all 10 years. We did one in March. March is what identified, hey, alarm bells are ringing, we're in trouble here. So we had another one done just in mid-November. What was it, the 17th or something like that? I think they wrapped it up on the 17th. 12th is when they started. December 9th, it was received. Darrell, you're going to go into the portions of the review from the standpoint of the volumetric analysis of the flight, what that looks like as far as the amount of space you've burned, right? Because that's effectively what it's looking at. How much space you have left versus how much space and then you do your calculations based on how much material you're going to get in. So I'm going to turn that part over to Darrell. Lynn, if you don't mind clicking on the next slide. That's just our color volumetric analysis. And then on the next slide, there'll be a little bit better idea of where we stand. Of course, bottom left-hand corner is cell 7. And then topography is where we stand currently with the old cap portions of the landfill versus what we're currently filling in right now. Darrell?
Sure. So we, MES, completed an aerial in March and then again here in December. So we have an 8-month window to evaluate where we are in that period of volume filled up. So a couple things during that period, the county made the adjustments for, out-of-county waste and so forth. Also, a much more diligent effort on terms of compaction, which plays a significant role. The more you can run over that waste, keep it down, that saves a ton of airspace.
Action. I noticed some of the transfer stations have compactors and some don't. Has there been any movement as far as increasing the number of compactors on the transfer stations? And does that really help? Or is most of the compaction done at the landfill?
Compaction is going to take place at the landfill, even if you have compactors. And when and almost municipal carriers, not most, but a lot of municipal carriers are compactor style carriers. So they fit a ton of material in there. But when they open that hatch, it all comes out and expands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good enough, thank you.
Thank you.
Good idea.
Yeah. No,
I would.
it compacts it for, carrying it there and then according it.
Okay, all right. That's fine.
Anyway, so back prior to March and a little bit after when we got that recent aerial, knowing that we're going to be coming up on tight timeline and airspace, we were trying to find an area to focus on. And that's why we worked with the county and Adam and the staff to reroute the whole road. So now they built another road, and now we prepared to go and fill over that road. I get to that because a lot of my analysis and volume is based on a focused area, meaning the most constructible area. I mean, there's areas, as the slide before, you see a lot of blue. Those are areas that we can fill, but they're not all ideal. You could have a couple feet on a whole side slope, and just, two-paying that whole side slope is just not very constructible. It's equipment, removing all that I'll cover. So I focused on an area where you can kind of build up to some depth. And that's, you can see in the upper northwest area, the open area, that's where you got the steeper slope and the outside 3-to-1, it levels off. That's the primary area that we're focusing on up to the high point. Now, if we take a concentrated area in that, and I use the more recent density calculations and film the volume that we've taken up, as well as the tonnage. I estimate it's about next September timeframe where we're going to fill up that area. It's about 10 months, anywhere between 9 and 11 months. I think it's closer to 10 months based on what we're doing, how we're filling right now. So that falls right in line with the anticipated, 8-month timeframe of a cell construction. It's my opinion, a smaller size cell, a 7-acre cell, very constructible in that timeframe, weather permitting. But, we get this in the spring, and then we're doing this over the summer. So that's the timeframe in terms of the most usable area. Now, we do know there's other areas that we can manage, and we're going to keep a close eye on this. I think you plan to do another aerial in the spring, right? So we'll have another window at it. But I will say it was very clear, what Adam and staff are doing now over this past year, and then especially over this past 4 months, is significantly helping. I mean, just the work that has been done probably these past 3 months, gained in this area that we're focused in probably 4 to 5 months of time. That's how important compaction is. And it wasn't a huge dip in the waste coming in, but it had a significant impact. Meaning, if you say we average in 12 or 13,000 tons a month, and now we might be 11,000. I'm throwing out some ballpark numbers. So, you might go down 10 or 15%, but that combined with the compaction is, I'm seeing it.
Before the prohibition of out-of-county waste was put into play, we're choking on trash every day. Your operators can't catch up, right? Literally, and that's what it takes. It takes time, because running over that trash one time does not properly compact it. Keep that thing rolling back and forth until every last little piece is dead and is given up the ghost. When you have a prohibition of out-of-county waste, and it's not literally knocking down your door all day long from 7 o'clock to 4 o'clock, you can get proper compaction. So that made a big difference as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See the totals coming up.
Yeah, you're getting ready to see
For the
that here.
former, you'll see.
Go ahead, Darrell. Oh,
Yeah, at one time, gosh, it must have been 50, 40 years ago, the county bought something called a shear drum. And I don't even know what a shear drum is.
Tub grinder.
Okay. But it's probably like a tub grinder. Is there any advantage to grinding some of this trash to make it smaller so it does compact easier or better? Has any of that ever been explored?
extremely labor and operational intense. That's the problem with it. Now you're also creating an air emission and leachate. So unless you did it right on top of the landfill as you're going.
Oh, that's kind of what I had in mind.
Yeah, and you got to move the equipment every day. It's an expense I don't think is worth its weight for us at this time. Now, what I will say this though, and we've looked into this quite a bit, is mattress recycling.
Yes.
Mattresses do not compact. They just don't. They're not meant to.
Unless you're sleeping on one for a time.
Yeah, but I think it's 2030. I think it's 2030.
7,
Or
possibly.
that mattresses. No, I'm talking about the regulation. The mattresses cannot go into landfills anymore. And thank God, it can't come soon enough.
They can't go into landfill as a mattress, but they could go in there if they were ground up or.
Well, so that's what a lot of these companies do. They grind them, they repurpose them for some other kind of fill material somewhere else. I don't know if it's kids' trampolines or what. I don't know what it is, but we'd love to be able to get them out of the waste stream because they do not compact. Well, we bury them along with all.
Right now,
If you can't.
Oh, so there's a couple of companies we've looked at where that you would put it in its own location and they would come pick them up, but we got to pay them to come get them.
And it's across the bridge.
And it's-
The companies
yeah,
are
yeah.
across
They
the
dump them
bridge.
along the road somewhere. So that's somewhere else.
Sir? Oh, yeah, no, like I say, it's, it would be great, and I'm looking forward to the day that we can actually start doing that. We have reached out to a few, but grinding up the trash preliminarily to get a greater compaction rate, again, you're gonna run into a lot of problems with cost of operation effectiveness, the other emissions you're gonna have to deal with, and then as you start shredding in a tub grinder material that's 200 feet above ground level, above the tree line on a day that is blowing 40 mile an hour, you're going to have a beautiful snow shower of plastic all over the place. Yeah, I don't really want to see that.
Put the mattresses somewhere else? Can we just take them off the landfill and just?
Not right now, not unless we have a vendor to take them. Yeah.
We have to accept them right now?
Oh, yeah. They're residential household trash. I
In
mean,
Talbot County, I guess.
yeah, well, we could. But mattresses are a pain in the butt. Plus, they float. We call them floaters because you can put them down underneath all sorts of other trash, run over the trash, and then that mattress will come back up and say hi to you later on and get caught up in your tracks. It's just amazing. That's why it's like they swim on top of the trash. And if you get them on an outside slope, they create a leachate seep. Yeah. So they're a pain in the butt. Darrell, you good?
I'm good.
Okay, go ahead. Next slide, Ms. Single. Thank you. Yeah, so we had this in there a little bit earlier, but Jess is going to go forward with a couple of on the bid for cell 7 and horizontal expansion.
Stormwater management that went out on OpenGov for IFB on the 11th, and then you can click through. And then, Adam, if you want to take this, the horizontal expansion.
Yeah, so Tony DiPaolo, he is one of the most renowned foresters in the state and probably in our whole area, has been working with us for a while now on not only cruising and looking at our timber, its quality, and making that assessment, but also working with us on how we're going to develop our proposals, and very likely will end up being a sole vendor. There's really only one-stop shop around here that can do what we want to do. When we talk about horizontal expansion, you're talking about having to clear a significant amount of forest on the other side of Brick Hill Road. But it's something, again, it's one thing to get cell 7 built. We have to continue to go forward with our other plans in a timely fashion so we don't end up in a jam. Right now, from what I've been told, after going through the woods with this gentleman a couple of times now, is that our timber value looks pretty good. Now, no one's going to come do it for free, but we've got some desirable species in there, and they're decent size and mature. The difference between what we're going to do now and what a timber operation would look like any other day is we're not just timbering this for the purpose of taking the value of the wood off the property. We're going to grub this as well. So the other permitting aspects come into this. Effectively, what Mr. DiPaolo is going to do is act as a QA/QC for us from start to finish, because we do not have a forester's expertise on staff. I have been utilizing Mr. Will Dyer as much as I possibly can, but as the county's state forester, I just can't give him a check. So he's guiding us through the process, but Mr. DiPaolo is working for us. So anyway, that's coming on. We do have that in FY27 as far as the CIP is concerned. Next slide, please. So going to where Darrell was talking about, and I believe this shot of the lower right-hand corner there, that is the rear haul road that's looking back towards our new leachate vessel. This picture gives you, both of these pictures, 3 of them actually, give you an idea of where we've progressed with our rear haul road. Prior to the discussions we were having about, intentional placement other places on the landfill, these didn't exist. I think of the days that maybe Mr. Cannon, Mr. Merritt, Mr. Ennis came by and did a tour months ago, you may have been seeing the initial stages of this. But now we're to the point that we're getting ready. We actually have bids back in just the other day for an RC6 recycled concrete vendor to be able to build that road full out so we can actually have a rigid roadway. But that is where it sits today, minus the fact that it didn't snow when we took these pictures. It's been intense. Having all of your machinery on a side slope all day, having your operators on a side slope all day. You can see in the picture there where the excavator is sitting just down from the trash layer that's being compacted. We're removing old cover from the landfill. We're reusing it elsewhere on the property. You know what I mean? So we're not wasting anything. But we're having to open up old sections of the landfill that did not have all their permitted airspace full. So that's what we're going to continue to do. And again, going back to that compaction rate, this was our plan that we told you we would do to beat the clock, and so far it's proven itself to be successful. All right, next slide, please. And Ms. Jessica's going to talk to you a little bit about tonnage, and this is specifically pertaining to the prohibition of out-of-county waste.
Back in August the 7th, when this went into effect, you can obviously see, I created a chart. I compared last year to this year. For the past 4 months, this is what we've had to compare data. As you can see, it has decreased, which has saved us time and space.
So it was not a little bit of trash that was coming in from outside. So.
And if you click to the, go ahead.
I'm sorry, revenues, we're going to be looking at a decrease in revenues right?
Jess?
It is a decrease. I have totals in front of me right now, and I can say it is about 20 to 80,000 a month decrease in revenues. But it is saving us space right now.
Critical
And
aspect.
we do have, as you know, our tipping fee is going up in 88 in January, and then our brush fee also goes up to $44.
You're talking tipping fees, going up, but the revenues, you're going to be.
For these-
How about cost of operations? Have they increased?
We're actually at a very good budget time compared to last year. Maintenance, our guys have been going through training to take care of operations, learning how to maintain the equipment more. We are actually in a very good position in our budget than we were last year. So I'm very happy with that.
So our operations will continue to intensify over the next 12 months, no doubt, which will probably mean a higher fuel bill for us, number one, because we're going to have more equipment running for longer periods of time. That's something we're already taking a look at, but that's just kind of the cost of doing business. What we're effectively looking for is a leveling trend.
Will some of that be included in the cost of the building of the new cell, or?
Oh, so that's CIP monies?
Yeah.
Yeah, not operational. but
Operating and then CIP are two separate
yeah,
ones.
those are bonded.
Yeah.
Bonded, MPEGO, a little bit of both?
Bonded.
Yeah, Pam,
I had addition on the tonnage.
Yeah.
For a different perspective, so we've been doing the annual tonnage reports for the past couple of years. If you go back maybe 3-ish years, I don't know, the tonnage was around 150,000 tons a year. It spiked up the last couple of years.
Right.
So I think the last total I saw was about
160, yeah.
Right. So, but for up to this year, Jess, you might know, I thought I saw 138,000 or so. That's minus December, so you throw in December. It appears you're going to be right back to where that big spike was in terms of.
That might be our future trend.
You think it's because of all the new construction and all the new
Possibly.
people, probably?
Yeah. I mean, but that might be our trend, and I would expect it to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's got to.
Yeah. So that's what you want to start basing your future use off of as well. So again, your long-term planning. How long is cell subbing going to last? All right. Got to keep doing the same thing. You got to do your aerials. You got to have proper compaction. This beast does not sleep. We can't rest on our laurels once we get it built. You got to keep rocking. So we're going to. Any more points on
So
the
if you
tonnage?
click, I did a video, we had our drone footage go out to give you an overall view. You will see cell 7 all the way in the back. If you go ahead and hit play, you'll see the construction of the Hall Road where we're at on the open face.
Yeah, so we're going to be back here probably through the Christmas holiday. Obviously, the days immediately following Christmas are literally the busiest couple of days of the year, bar none. We have traffic jams in all three directions coming into that main intersection. So where you are right there, that's on the back of cell 4, going towards 3 as the camera continues to pan. All of that room until you kind of see that line of demarcation where there's a little bit of a green slit there in the middle. That's actually a water swale, and that is where the old line section of the landfill is. We pulled our appropriate separation distance from that to start pulling that old cover off. As we come around the front, that golden highway, if you will, that's our new rear haul road. It'll be covered with RC6. And as we come around, and unfortunately the drone stopped there, but then you'll be on top of 8, 9, and 10 again. We will close the main haul road we're utilizing now, which is currently a valley in between cells 5 and cell 8. We fill all of that, and then we start to creep around the front of the landfill, come back out on the front again, and that waste placement strategy is not guesswork. We're having our surveying firms come out ahead of time. Parker and Associates comes out and does our survey work for us, and then we move our game plan. Then we survey, then we move our game plan. It's not guesswork. Can't leave anything to chance. No. So, all right, we'll go to the next slide.
Click on the next one. I don't like that.
Is that the same one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the same
that's
one.
the video.
You can watch it again if you want.
It's a good shot. Go ahead. We just posted, that's our flyer for our tipping fee schedule, just so everybody is aware. And if you click again, that's our holiday schedule coming up. We are open till 12 on Wednesday, December 24th, we are closed for Christmas, the 25th. Friday, the office will be closed, however, the landfill, the convenience center, the external convenience centers will be open normal time. And that is posted.
Handing these out?
Yes.
This has gone up on Facebook, press release as well, I think last week.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
posted on Facebook. The ladies at the scales have been handing it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a problem before, with communication, I think.
Right, we're trying to use Facebook as much as we
Yeah.
can, get press releases out of the executive office, and then having these printed out at the scale house and at the convenience center, so. But yeah, big news is, obviously, is like I say, the day after Christmas, we are open, so. And that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is gonna be,
Very busy.
yeah. It's fun, it is a lot, there's a lot going on, it's interesting. Yes, sir.
Off the subject of our landfill, where is incineration at now in the state? Is there any move toward that? That seems to be the thing that would solve a lot of problems if we could ever get it back. I remember the incinerator over here.
Right.
Beside the river.
Right.
That old.
I don't know that you will, I don't want to speak for, on behalf of, or against the current administration of the state, but I don't believe you're going to see a permit issued for a new incinerator in the state anytime soon. Yeah, we've looked at some other, we've had some suitors come and talk to us about some other technologies, biochar, gasification, some other things. Whether or not that can operate for us and our needs on a large scale, there's other technologies out there, don't get me wrong. They're always worth exploring. Landfilling is still the most popular form of waste disposal for a reason, because it's typically the most cost-effective over the long term. You don't have as many issues as you do from a regulatory standpoint or maintenance standpoint when you start talking about these other innovative technologies. But it's worth the conversation, for sure.
Many years ago, when O'Malley was there, they were trying to do a zero tolerance in landfills, and by so many years, and everybody was, what are we going to do with it?
Yeah, what are you going to do with it? Right.
Well, they had it figured out. You weren't going to have zero tolerance, but you were going to have to pay the state for how many tons you put in your landfill. That was the secret.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's not give anybody any ideas.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions?
What was the timeline again? I heard you say the stormwater management, I guess RFP is coming out.
That's out.
That's
That's
out.
out. So
now.
open gov. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
cell 7
I want to have that out by next week.
by next week.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think-
Monday close of business is my goal.
Got it. Which I think, if I remember, is ahead of schedule, because I believe you said you would be 100%
I wanted to have 100%.
signed by December. So
That was the updated one I told you,
Yeah.
yes, and I appreciate your memory on that. I did say that I wanted to have it done and up to MDE by the end of August. It's just not the way the cards shook out.
So then, once it's bid out, I think you might have mentioned, what's the construction timeline?
Well, Darrell, I'll leave that to you,
Well, we're going to put 8 months in there.
Weather's.
weather
Yeah.
permitting.
Yeah.
And the other thing is we got to keep on, we have to have staff solely, and I mean solely dedicated to our management oversight of that project once it starts, okay? And not to say there hasn't been before, but, we're going to have teams dedicated to that so that we're not running into, look, there's been some issues with the timeline of construction on other cells. We have to avoid that. You know what I mean? Weather's one thing we can't control, everything else you should be able to control.
Real question, if we manage to do it within 8 months, are we,
We're not closing our landfill.
yeah, that's the question.
We're not closing the landfill. No, sir.
That's all I wanted to hear.
Yes, sir. Nope, I promise you that.
Well, we appreciate it. It's always very productive. It's always great use of everybody's time.
Thank you.
You always do a really great presentation. Everyone here, we really do appreciate that very much so. Public loves to hear this. They love to know exactly what's going on.
Well, like I say, and we want to keep having work sessions on these larger projects. Dredging and Cell 7 are the two largest projects in the county, if you think about it. Yeah, I get it. The school's a big deal. Don't get me wrong. Airport's always a big deal. But these are big. So we want to keep talking about them.
Yeah, if I may, on the dredging, I didn't know what to expect as far as your presentation goes.
Right.
I was very pleasantly surprised. Mainly you're looking at long-term, but you've brought in a really good team, and as you said, leaving no stone unturned, because, that project is massive.
And it's not going away.
And it's not going
No.
away. And how you manage to drill that down, looking at all the alternatives and trying to get the least cost, if you will. I don't know whether you've got the resources. I know you've got plenty of really good resources on hand, so, yeah, good luck with that. That's the long term especially is going to be a tough one to figure out.
If we figure out that long-term strategy though, and you have those goals and projects ready to go. They're tailor-made and they're ready to go on paper. You just pull them out of your file cabinet. Okay, where do we want to put dredge next?
That's great.
That's the goal. Yeah.
I think my
And the
biggest,
collaboration too.
Yes, sir.
Is the plan to start clear cutting across the road when cell 7 begins?
Yeah, I mean, we got a little bit more time than that, but yeah, effectively, as soon as I've got a good proposal, I'd say we're certainly not gonna do anything in there until spring, even if it's just the flagging and all that. I mean, before the leaves come back and the ticks get bad, yeah. The surveyors have already said, we're not going in there once it gets 90 degrees. I don't blame you. But yeah, you don't want to have too much going on in that corner with the traffic that we're going to have with our equipment, stormwater. So, but we've got a little bit more time. I just wanted to, whet your appetite on horizontal expansion because, again, we're not waiting until cell 7's done to talk about horizontal expansion. Let's have them going, one step at a time. So, yeah.
I thought one of the most interesting things today was, and something I guess, I don't know if you thought about it, but when you got talking about more time for compaction than what you had before when you were overrun with trash.
Yes.
And you wonder if you look back 5 years and think, if we'd have done that 5 years ago, we'd had more time for compaction and would the landfill have been better condition than what it is now?
I think it's something we talk about most every day.
But you never brought that up during any of I don't remember hearing that.
Compassion?
Yeah. During when we were talking about
out-of-county waste?
Bounding out-of-county waste. I don't remember that ever coming up, that you said that we'll have more time to compact and...
Well, I think sometimes you get the positive results you see after you put something in place.
That's what I mean. I'm not saying you couldn't have done, but it just, that was surprising.
You kind of got to wonder why you're not getting the good... You got the right equipment. You have very skilled operaters.
Yes. Just need to go over it 3 times instead of 2 or 5 times instead of 4.
Like I said, again, too, when we ordered the new 836, we've been... Yeah, it has the tracking software in it as well, mapping and trapping software in there, and it's going to be it's color. When our operators are going over it, it's sensing that compaction rate, and you're going to have a screen with a bunch of spaghetti marks on it, and you're going to see yellow, orange, and then you're going to see red. Well, you want that whole quadrant you're on to go red before you move off of it. So it makes it a little bit less. It makes it foolproof. Where now our good compactor operators are doing it. Are doing it by line of sight and feel. And believe me, you can feel it. You can feel it, even in a 140,000-pound machine. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, folks.
Appreciate it. Have a good holiday.
Thank you all.
Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
So we were going to be out here.